So let's begin professional ethics. Professional ethics and liabilities of auditor. In ethics, we have discussion in 4 parts. In ethics, we have total discussion in 4 parts. One is ethical principles they talk, which are like general principles of ethics, like what are fundamental principles, what do you mean by independence, what are threats to independence, how to safeguard this independence, like that, some principles of ethics they talk. And there are some provisions related to CA Act. Remember, many students consider this code of ethics, principles of ethics is 2nd category, 3rd category chapter, and they don't. The second C category questions they think, and then they won't even study. Last 3 attempts, you found a question on concept. For example, in the last attempt, May 24, confidentiality, one of the sub point is asked. That before attempt, they straight away asked what are the fundamental principles. When the question is so easy, then also student can't handle. Because since it is easiest topic, you would have never read. He will write something and come that time, though he is very good at that concept. So you must be able to handle the easiest topic as well as the toughest topic. Both you must be prepared for. So that's why don't neglect anything. Last attempt what they asked, confidentiality provision is there, right? In this confidentiality, the 6th point they asked in the May attempt, 4 marks question. What are the factors auditor should consider? What are the factors in deciding whether to disclose confidential information? What a CA has to consider? So this is the answer. Now immediately some of you might conclude, since it came last time, this time it won't come. Foolishness. No. If paper setter changed, obviously it will come. So it will never be like that. Institute will never set the question paper like that. Remember this point. Never be with that attitude. So I'll discuss this principles of ethics straight away. And one is general principles of ethics. Another one is CA Act provisions were there. Like how to apply membership to the institute. What do you mean by certificate of practice? What do you mean by deemed to be practice? Can I open a branch office? Like how should I run my practice? Like that, some provisions are there. Then we have, in the CA Act itself, we have a concept of membership of the institute. Then they are talking about types of misconduct, like how many ways a professional can do a misconduct that results in disciplinary action by disciplinary committee. And these misconducts are broadly classified into so many subcategories. They have given a misconduct for people who are in practice, people who are in service, people who are otherwise. We'll discuss that, don't worry. We'll discuss one by one. And we have council guidelines. For example, what logo can we use? How many audits we can do? How many tax audits we can do? Like that, some guidelines were given related to our practice. Then we have some recommendatory self-regulatory measures. Self-regulatory measures. These are all just recommendatory. Like what are they? For example, how much fees I should charge? There is a recommendation by ICAI, minimum charge this much fee. For drafting a partnership agreement, charge 15,000 they are asking. In reality, 500. So for drafting a partnership agreement, ICAI is asking you to charge 15,000 rupees depending upon the location where the firm, city. Firms are divided into 3 categories, type A, type B, type C, depending upon the city where they are situated. So depending upon where you are operating, that much fee you should charge. That's only a recommendatory. That's not mandatory. If it is mandatory, it's good. But that's only recommendatory. Big Four, no? They charge the fees by showing this to the client. If the client negotiates, they show this. See, this is the amount that we are supposed to charge. This much service we are doing, all that. Now, when you're setting a practice, office, it's okay. Take loan, no problem, nothing wrong. Some students, some people will have, I should never take a loan. Take loan, no problem, but ensure that you repay it. That is the most important thing. Take a loan, make your office wonderful. Even if it's a small room, the moment client enters, his pressure should go off. You see, if you have any problem in health, you go to government hospital, it will increase more. You go to a Apollo hospital, the moment you enter into hospital, that smell, aroma, everything, yes or no? Automatically you will get half confidence. And the moment doctor touches you, that's enough. I'm talking about the same gender doctor. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So that is also okay. Always culprit. Fine. So generally that feel. So if a client comes, he should feel that whatever fee you ask, he should pay. So your ambience should reflect that. Fine. Anyhow, we'll discuss all this. Combining all this masala and all, we'll discuss. So what are the fundamental principles? Not much focus. Integrity. Integrity means what? Straightforward and honest. In business and professional relationship, you must be straightforward, and you must not associate with reports which contains false information, where information is furnished recklessly, which omits information where that omission is misleading. You should never associate with report that contains misleading information, that contains omissions which are material. So you should never associate. You should be straightforward. And see, you can associate with these reports. Even materially misleading reports also you can associate, provided you give a modified report on that. You give a modified report on that. The second important principle is objectivity. Remember, these are all principles common in every profession. Doctor, lawyer, CS, engineers, everybody, this is a common principle. Objectivity. You must not compromise. You must not compromise in your business based upon any conflict of interest or undue diligence, undue influence. Like you must not be influenced by caste, color, race, religion, nothing. You should not influence by anything. Unbiased attitude you must have. Then relationships, where bias or undue influence will be affected, where you are biased in a relationship, in a client relationship, business relationship, maximum as much as possible avoid it. Maximum, please avoid the relationships that create any conflict of interest. That's about objectivity. Sometimes I'll ask you a 4 marks question. Write about integrity and objectivity. I'm telling you, 90% of the students write only first point. The second point they can't even think. Getting it? Because they never pay attention to this. You should not associate with the reports that are containing false information, that are recklessly furnished, that are omitting an important information. However, if you are giving a modified opinion, you can. Objectivity. You should not compromise because of bias, conflict of interest, undue influence. This point everybody will write. Second point they will not write. Relationships that create these situations must be avoided. This point many won't write. You're getting now where you will not miss, why many will not get full out of full marks is because they write correct answer but not complete answer. Next, competence and due care. One of the moral responsibility for you is you must be competent enough. And in fact, when we are accepting any client relationship in SQC, we have seen the auditor has to check competence. The auditor has to check competence, capability, availability of time and resources. Yes or no? The objective is to maintain professional knowledge and skill based on the latest and updated technical professional standards. You must discharge the works competently with the latest information that is available. And competence is 2 types. One is getting that competence, maintaining that competence, learning income tax, updating income tax year to year. Both are competence only. It is your moral responsibility. By the way, does it mean you have to know every act, every law that a CA deals generally with? No. With respect to the client, whatever you are performing the work, that work you must know. A doctor may not be aware of all the surgeries, but he must be continuously, he must be very competent in the surgery which is going to perform in the afternoon. Correct? So, serving clients and employing organization with competence requires sound judgment in applying knowledge. Maintenance requires continuous awareness and understanding. I recommend you to read once ICAI annual report. ICAI will release every year annual report. Now the 23-24 annual report, somewhere now they will be releasing probably. Annual report of ICAI. You read that, in that annual report 2 sets will be there. One is Hindi version and another English version. You open English version, you will find so many things which ICAI is doing for creating opportunities for members. So you will get an idea what ICAI is exactly doing, what facilities we have, what are the resources ICAI is giving. So you will have a complete idea of how to use the ICAI. You will understand that. Institute is telling how you can use me and make money out of it. We are not reading it. Getting? Next, confidentiality. And of course, in this point, no, two elements are there. One is competence, another one is due care. Care means what? Diligently you have to perform. Skill, care, diligence. Skill is competence. Care and diligence means the way you are performing the work. You must perform, you must serve the client carefully. You must not casually give any conclusion. You must not casually give any reports. You have to verify thoroughly the evidences and give opinions or conclusions. That's why you see Schedule 2, Part 1, Clause 5, Clause 6, Clause 8, Clause 9. All of them are dealing with what? Obtaining sufficient appropriate evidence and then give opinion. Without getting evidence, you give opinion. Professional misconduct. Correct? Wherever appropriate, the auditor, the accountant shall make the client aware of inherent limitations. Wherever appropriate, as an accountant, we must tell our client what are the limitations that we suffer from in these works. And another important ingredient is confidentiality. You must maintain confidentiality of the client information. Like clause number 1, part number 1, schedule number 2. Dealing with confidentiality. A CA in practice is prohibited to disclose information belonging to the client unless a permission is obtained from the client or when there is a requirement under the law. And in that there is a discussion about IT returns, IT fact, income tax. Some discussion is there, we'll discuss later. So you're prohibited to disclose information of the client. Which client, by the way? Present client or past or future? Everyone. Every client. The confidentiality requirement you have to satisfy even after completion of the engagement. Correct? A professional accountant should refrain disclosing information without authority from the client unless there is a legal requirement. The professional shall maintain confidentiality even in social environment. Means you should not even tell your client data to your relatives. Maintain even after the end of relationships. Under what circumstances you can disclose? When there is a requirement in the law or when it is permitted by law and authorized by client, or it is mandatory. Requirement under law, mandatory, both are same only. Okay. Professional duty, or you will have to disclose it because of the professional duty you have. For example, peer review is conducted, quality review is conducted, some inquiry is going on from the regulatory authority, or there is a standard where you have to comply. In order to comply, you have to disclose this data to others. Then also you can disclose. In all these cases, when there is a requirement in law, when the client has authorized and the disclosure is permitted by law, or when there is a requirement under peer review, quality review, or some technical professional ethical standard, or some investigation going on by regulatory authorities. In all these cases, you can disclose the client data. They'll ask you, write about confidentiality, under what circumstances the principle of confidentiality can be overridden. Getting it? Now, what are the factors you should consider? Suppose if a situation comes, should I disclose this or not? Think these principles. What are they? Whether interest of any party is affected. By disclosing this, will anybody affect? Whether all the information is known and substantiated. Before I disclose, I must have a concrete evidence that this information is correct. The client information, whatever I'm going to disclose, I must have an evidence that this is correct information. The type of communication expected and to whom it is addressed. Like to whom you are addressing. Like suppose if some regulatory authority sent a mail. Please send this data belonging to the client. Just because requirement in law is there, requirement from regulator, you can't directly confirm whether the recipient is correct or not. Once you confirm that the recipient is a legal and regulatory authority, then send the information. Whether parties are the appropriate recipients. So the same address. One is confirming the regulatory authority, two, recipient is the right guy or not. So these are all the factors. This was asked for 4 marks question in the last attempt, May 24 attempt. Nobody predicted. But before that attempt only they asked fundamental principles. That could be a reason you could have at least focused on this, right? Last time they didn't focus. Because that time people would have told this and all won't come every time, this time only it came. Again the next attempt it came, confidentiality. So never be with these assumptions. Any question can come, any subtopic might come. If at all you can't study full syllabus, take some 2 or 3 big chapters and leave it. Some 2 or 3 chapters you select and leave it. Remaining you be 100% perfect. Well, the logic is very simple. In every chapter, ignoring 30% is risky. Ignore 30% of chapters, that is less risky. Getting it? Digital audit, SDG. You feel digital audit is tough. Digital audit is 60 pages chapter. Almost in this book, condensed book itself, 45-50 pages. It is there, 60 pages chapter. Weightage is 5 to 6 marks. Within that 60 pages you revise, study, you can revise all standards on auditing, So that's now standards on auditing weightage is 35-40 marks. Whereas digital audit weightage is 5-6 marks. Which is better for you to revise? Standards. Digital audit plus SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, put together 100 pages syllabus. And what is the weightage from that? 10 to 12 marks. That's why I always keep them at last. Because digital audit, first understanding is also difficult. SDG comprehending that is also difficult, because most of the content is completely memory oriented. You're getting it? So reading that, revising that is very challenging. Instead of that 100 pages content, revise 100%, 100 pages of standards, where you will get perfection, where you can score damn sure marks. So that's why select some 3 or 4 chapters like this, ignore them completely. Remaining chapters, revise and revise and revise until you become perfect. Go and write the exam. 80 marks if you write perfectly, you will get 60 plus for sure. That's it. Next. And one more important ingredient is professional behavior. What is professional behavior? You shall not engage in any employment occupation that impairs integrity, objectivity and reputation. Yes or no? Like recently this case happened in Nagpur. A CA is performing stunts in the car. Getting it? CA is performing some illicit affair, okay, in the car. And backside sticker is there, CA sticker. Media channel highlighted. A CA is doing something in the car with his girlfriend. Getting it? That's the news. No, it became a hot topic. India Today, Times of India, everybody only showed that as if there is no other article. So they showed this. So don't put CA sticker behind your car. Next. Fine. This was there, you saw this. So now instead what they did, they sent a notice to them. They sent a notice to that CA and banned him. Like you are bringing disrepute to the profession by using qualification even at illegal affairs. Getting it? Some other things. Next. The professional behavior. When you are marketing or promoting yourself, you should not bring profession into disrepute. Professional accountant should be honest and truthful, should not exaggerate the claim, should not make disparaging references, should not advertise against advertisement guidelines. Like I can file, many articles do this. Their principal clients, they do negotiation. Why you're paying this much fees, sir? I will do for half fee. Yes or no? Many articles who entered into practice, if at all, they were very successful within 3 years. The risk factor is this. The principal should immediately see this. That's why we have in clause number 6. If at all principal related clients, yes or no? Like if one CA introduced you a client, and if at all that client is approaching you, you should take the previous CA permission and then take up. I'm not talking clause number 8. By the way, that's a different scenario. That's communication with previous audit. That's a different scenario. In clause number 6, there is an example. Original work emanating from the members, introduced by another member from a client. You should always ask your previous auditor, whoever previous CA is, because he is the one who introduced the client, and you are grabbing him now. His business is taken by you, right? So clause 6 very clearly says that's an indirect solicitation. You are treated as guilty of professional. ICAI will entertain these cases. ICAI, if at all that fellow, that other member went and complained, my article took my client away, ICAI will punish you. They'll suspend your COP. You're getting it? Of course, you can do without COP. That's a different issue. But your name will be highlighted. Next. Conflict. Suppose, these are all fundamental principles that you have to comply, right? Any of the fundamental principles, if a conflict arises, means a situation arises where you cannot comply with fundamental requirements. For example, you have to be independent, right? One of the fundamental requirement is objectivity, which means independence. Independence is required. Suppose I'm doing audit of, suppose a company approached me. In that company, my relative is having shares in that company. Conflict is there. See whether you can put a safeguard. Safeguard means what? Relative can have shares, but up to 1 lakh face value permitted. Yes or no? But already my relative is having more than 1 lakh face value. See, can you eliminate that? I asked him to sell. They are not selling. I should withdraw from the engagement. I should not accept that. If they are eliminating, if they are reducing the shareholding, so that the conflict is resolved, I can accept it. So when there is a conflict with the independence or conflict of interest is there, try to avoid that conflict. Try to eliminate that conflict or reduce it to an acceptable level. So whenever there is a conflict, no, discuss with the client, discuss with the employing organization if at all you are a member, like member in service. Discuss with top management. If you still have doubts, discuss with institute. Even if you didn't get resolved, discuss with lawyers. So there are many threats that are creating, especially like the code of ethics for professional accountant as per IFAC identifies 5 types of threats. So first of all, identification of threats. These are all threats that affect independence. Self-interest threat, self-review threat, advocacy threat, familiarity threat, intimidation threat. Advocacy threat is where generally many have confusion. Advocacy threat means very simple. Whatever the client is saying, you are saying okay. You are supporting the client to such an extent. Suppose the client is having some litigation. You have to verify whether the litigation results in a contingent liability or provision. You cannot support the client and say argue. You should be unbiased. Advocacy threat indirectly says if the auditor is not biased, if the auditor is unbiased, then there is an advocacy threat. If auditor is biased towards client, supporting the client's logics, everything, even though in reality there is no such substantiation, that is when advocacy threat is deemed to arise. Like that's why they give you this example. Advocacy, acting as an advocate on behalf of assurance client, where you are providing assurance to a client, there you are acting as an advocate for him, like you are supporting him, you are defending him at some court, you are defending him at some arbitration process. Generally this creates advocacy threats. Lobbying in favor of legislation on behalf of client, promoting shares in a listed company of the audit client, promoting shares of that company. For example, the company went for IPO, you are sharing in Telegram, Instagram, everywhere, the client is coming for IPO, please subscribe. You are also sharing and you are the auditor of the company. Getting it? You should not do this. These are all treated as what? Advocacy threat. And self-interest threat, all that I hope you are familiar with. I'm not repeating. Familiarity threat also you're familiar with, yes or no? Intimidation threat. Intimidation means what? Either threat of replacement or bribing. Bribe or blackmail. Both comes under what? Intimidation. So, auditor has to check whether these threats exist or not. Threats will be there for sure. See whether are they within the acceptable level. Acceptable level means what? Some threats we can measure. For example, self-interest threat can be measured. If I have a loan in the company, up to 5 lakhs it is permitted. Measurable, that threat is measurable. So is it within the acceptable level or not, you can check out and then proceed further. So if at all, if it is an acceptable, so how do you know whether it is acceptable? By the way, you please perform reasonable and informed third party test. You please take up reasonable and informed third party test. So take a third party test, you will get it. Next. Now address it. Okay, after taking the third party test, I found there is a threat to my independence. How you have to do? What you have to do? Either bring it to an acceptable level or eliminate it if possible. If bringing to an acceptable level and eliminating is not possible, you don't accept that engagement or withdraw from the engagement if at all already accepted. Compulsory withdrawal. When compulsory withdrawal, there are some threats that can only be addressed by declining the relationship, declining the activity. There it is not possible to continue. What if I myself have shares? You are getting it? And my demat account is blocked to sell the shares. So it is not possible to accept the audit. With having ownership in the company, it is not possible for me to accept the audit. So decline the engagement. There are some threats that can only be addressed by declining the engagement. Clear? All these are important, I'm telling you, because definitely they may test it. Senior citizen paper testing, he will test this only. He will not test class numbers and all, he will test this only. Independence concept, students, badipanga illa, they will be testing like this only. Next, compulsory withdrawal. Compulsory withdrawal from engagement. When you have to compulsorily withdraw? If, of course, that's what. If elimination of threat is not possible, you have to compulsorily withdraw. Now, there are safeguards. To eliminate these threats or to reduce the threats to an acceptable level, some safeguards were implemented. Some safeguards has to be implemented. The safeguards are broadly divided into 2 categories. Actually, in your ICA book, it is only like they didn't give any such category. In the old scheme ICA book, it was given as a 2 categories, firm-wide categories, threats, engagement-specific safeguards, just like that. In the new scheme book, they didn't put that breakup. Safeguards we should implement, right? What are the safeguards? One, firm quality control policy should address how to address the threat. That's a safeguard. Like if a firm has established quality control policies where the partners have to check independence, ethical requirements before accepting, that's a safeguard or not? That's a safeguard or not? So that we can eliminate the threat. Assigning additional time and qualified personnel to ensure that engagements accepted are proper, whatever. Assigning right people so that competence can be complied with. Competence requirement can be complied with. In this threats, in this safeguards, any 5 points of your choice. In the entire thing, any 5 points. They may ask you this question. In order to eliminate the threat or in order to overcome these threats situation, the firm has to implement certain safeguards or the auditor has to implement certain safeguards. Give you examples of safeguards. Any 5 points. Any 5 points. NOCLAR I covered already. When I'm discussing SA 250, applicability of NOCLAR I spoke. What is applicability of NOCLAR? For listed entities, you are doing audit. Then it is applicable. For listed entities, you are working as an employee where you are a senior professional accountant, correct? Where you are a senior professional accountant. Senior professional accountant means you are a director in the company, you are an officer, you are a senior employee who can influence and make decisions regarding various things in the company. Senior professional accountants refers to nothing but key managerial persons. They are all senior professional accountants. For all of them, NOCLAR is applicable provided the company where they are working is listed entity, correct? In this NOCLAR versus 250, there is a high possibility for this. And applicability of NOCLAR. Right now I said no applicability of NOCLAR. This first point. These are the two important questions in that. They will ask you this question also. Write about examples of non-compliances with laws and regulations. How many ways this NOCLAR, non-compliance with laws and regulations, are divided? How many types? They have divided the non-compliance with laws and regulations into following types. It may be fraud, corruption, bribery, money laundering, terrorist financing, security markets, banking, data protection, environment protection, public health and safety, tax and pension liabilities, what not. NOCLAR is very wide. Every law that is applicable to the entity, if you know that there is a non-compliance, if you are an auditor of a listed entity, you must report to respective legal authority if at all there is a requirement. Remember, NOCLAR is applicable only when if the law has a requirement that I should complain, then only I should complain, correct? If I don't have, if the law is silent about reporting by auditor, if the law is silent about reporting by those charged with governance or key managerial person, if the law is silent on that, I need not report. NOCLAR is not applicable. When NOCLAR is applicable only when there is a requirement on the accountant of the company or requirement on the auditor of the entity that if any non-compliance they identified, they have to report. If that reporting requirement is there in the law, only it is applicable. I told this when I'm discussing 250 as a continuation to 250. I told already. Remember that? That and all is not that important. Now membership of the institute. Membership of the institute also in this membership certificate. There will be COP membership certificate. Like you have a student card, right? In SSP portal we can download member card. So member card will contain what? Name, address, residential, professional, date of birth, date of taking the membership, date of taking COP, if at all the person is in practice, full-time practice or part-time practice, correct? And how many articles registered under them? That only in membership register details will be there. Whatever details there in the membership register only, member card will be contained. Whatever details about student, the ICAI have, registers have, the same only student card will reflect. Disqualification, this is important. When a member is disqualified, not attained the age of 21 years, nothing but completed years. You must complete 21 years age. Only then you are eligible to apply for the membership of the institute. He is unsound mind or undischarged insolvent, means insolvency proceeding is still going on, or he is discharged insolvent. He is discharged insolvent means he is discharged, he is declared insolvent, but court gave him a certificate that he is an innocent default. Court gave him a certificate that he is a innocent default. If you have not obtained that certificate, a person is discharged insolvent but not obtained that innocence certificate. Innocence certificate means what? That insolvency was caused by misfortune without any conduct. He became insolvent because of the circumstances happened around him. Not intentionally he defaulted. Getting the point? Such a kind of certificate court gave. He is eligible to apply even though he is a discharged insolvent. Suppose he is discharged and insolvent and court did not give this innocence certificate. Court did not give. It means he has manipulated people around and stolen some money, cheated people, and that's how he became insolvent. Then court will not give certificate and he is disqualified. And if at all he has been convicted by a court of an offense involving moral turpitude or of an offense involving that is of not a technical nature offenses are different. Okay, technical offenses means probably when we are complying our duty, some offense might have happened, but it has to be proved that intentional. If it is proved intentional, generally that comes under again moral turpitude. If at all you intentionally manipulated client financial statements, intentionally you are involved in manipulation process, then that comes under moral turpitude. You are getting the point? If at all client financials are materially misstated, you couldn't figure out, generally that comes under not technical nature. It's actually debatable. That's actually very lengthy topic. Technical nature of it. Technical offenses means what? Non-technical offenses means what? That is very high. Offenses which are not of technical nature. Offenses which are not of technical nature. If at all any court convicted you of an offense which is not technical nature, you are also not eligible to apply for membership. Or if the name is removed because institute found you are guilty of professional misconduct, your name is removed, then also you are disqualified to apply membership. See, this is disqualification, by the way. This is what? Disqualification. In order for you to apply membership, if you have to apply membership, what are the disqualifications? Means if you are suffering from this, you cannot apply for membership. One, you were removed from the member's name because of misconduct. You should not apply the name of the you should not apply for membership of the institute again. Until the punishment is over, you should not apply. 2, you were convicted by court of an offense involving moral turpitude or an offense that is not of technical nature, or you are discharged insolvents and have not obtained a certificate that your insolvency was caused by misfortune. You are undischarged insolvent. You have not attained the age of 21. You are unsound mind. When all these cases, the answer is yes, you cannot apply for, you cannot apply for this membership of the institute. You cannot apply membership. See, there is another question, under what circumstances name will be removed? This is what, your name is already in the membership. You are already in the membership, but in the following cases your name will be removed. When a member is dead, a member from whom a request has been received for removal, a member who has not paid fees, a member who has been affected with disabilities. Disabilities means what? The above section we have seen. If a member is affected with disabilities, see some of them, suppose a member is already sound mind, later he became unsound mind, so then his name will be removed. A person is normal, he is not insolvent and all, later he became insolvent. See, that's why this section is disabilities as well as disqualification. Unsound mind is a disability, insolvent is a disability. One is physical disability, mental disability, another one is legal disability. You are getting it? Insolvency is a legal restriction. Generally in CA contract law also you might have studied, a person who is insolvent cannot enter into any contract, he is incompetent to contract. Yes or no? Section 10 of contract law, something. Next, then we have membership. Then we have membership concept. Are you clear until now? Removal of members. Suppose like removal of members, I have another provision to discuss. Sometimes we have to pay every year. Suppose once you qualify, you have 2 options, either 3 options technically. I always say 3 options. 1, doing some business, family business, whatever. 2, related to the profession you qualify. That you can either take up employment or you can take up the practice. If you want to take up the employment or practice, institute is asking please have membership number, because many companies are asking membership number for employment. In campus interviews also they are asking membership number. Having membership number is different, having COP is different. Membership number means you are a member of the institute. By qualifying CA, you will not become a member of the institute unless you get a membership number, 6-digit membership number right now. So you have to get a membership number of the institute, and that's how you become a member. Now the membership of the institute is 2 types. The members are classified into 2 types. FCA, ACA and FCA. That I will discuss little while later. Now you have to pay, right? In order to get membership number, you have to pay some fees. Initial application fee will be there. Annual membership fee will be there. Some benevolent fund fee that and all ICAI is collecting. If you pay that membership fee, then you will be getting membership number, provided you are not subject to disqualifications. You will get a membership. If you do not pay membership fee, for the renewal, every year you have to pay. Every year you have to pay membership fee. For ACA, the annual fee is different. FCA, the annual fee is different. For a member who is in practice, annual fee is different. Not in practice, annual fee is different again. So many classifications. We pay membership fee, COP, for a financial year. Suppose I took membership somewhere in January month. Up to March only that membership is valid. Getting the point? Again, for the next year, April starts, you have to pay membership separately. For every financial year, you have to apply membership. If at all tomorrow you want to apply membership somewhere in the month of March, don't apply. Because only 20 days it is valid. And generally when you are applying for membership number, you are at the initial stage of employment where your money will be little lesser generally. So don't waste that money, 8,000, 9,000 membership fee. Getting it? So March month, February month, just think if it is so necessary, only apply. Otherwise, April month you register, you pay. So full year, that entire membership will be proportionately, it will be there. Again, once March completed, next year you have to pay membership. What is the due date for payment of membership fee? September 30 of the respective financial year. Right now the financial year is what? 24-25. For this year, I should pay membership by September 30, 2024. I did not pay. What is the consequence? My name will be removed. My name will be removed from the records. Now it is automatic, I think. Now it is automatically they are removing. You will get a mail. Your name is removed successfully. Getting it? So your name will be removed. Now can I restore it? Pay membership, pay additional fee, pay condemnation, some fees and all is there. Pay all that and then I will restore you. You know this restoration has a logic. If you pay the penalty everything by closure, 31st March, like generally 30 September you have to pay for this year. Sorry, you did late. If you pay by 31st March at least, by end of the financial year, I will restore you with effect from the date of removal. With effect from the date of removal. In that sense, break-in service won't be there. In the sense, for becoming FC, there is a condition that 5 years of continuous practice. 5 years of continuous practice. Suppose I am a member of the institute, 4.5 years completed. I have to pay membership fee now actually. For this year, 5th year membership fee I have to pay. I forgot to pay. And March is also over. Then in the next year, April I paid. Membership will be restored from April month. Membership will be restored from April month. This year membership is stopped by September 30. October 1st onwards membership is removed. Again membership is restored on April 1. Now again I paid membership fee, another 6 months completed. Totally 5 years I completed, but not continuously. In between 6 months break is there. You will be disqualified for FCA. You will be disqualified for FCA. That's why paying membership is very. Why this point is there? Effective from the date of repay. Effect the membership fee. Whatever, if you pay membership fee lately, within financial year, membership will be restored from the date of removal. Means typically if I say as a whole, removed on the same day, restoration also same day. Means there is no break. Correct? Why that provision is? For this only. Only if a member who is in continuous period of 5 years practice, only for him FCA will be given. If at all 5 continuous years he didn't complete, freshly again 5 years continuous period will be counted. 5 years will be counted freshly every time. Understood? Break-in service should not be there. So from this, what is the concept? Restoration. What is the effective date? What is the effective date for restoration? If the application for restoration, removal, both are in the same year, what does it mean? In 24-25 financial year only removal happened. In the same year you applied for restoration. Then restoration will be with effect from the date on which it was removed, which means there will not be any break-in service. In articles also, suppose you took termination. You took termination. 109 you filed, for example. Let us assume you took termination on 29th October. 30th October itself you enrolled with another firm. Only 103 you pay, you filed. If at all you enrolled as per the records 1 day late, you should file 102 once again. Right now I am not sure. The same forms are? Forms, numbers are same. Just that they were electronic. Hey, same only. Okay. Electronic. Just that they were electronic. I received one article related thing. He submitted complete certificate. I should approve it. Fine. I mean, in our firm, no. Though I'm a sleeping partner. So, but the firm is carrying. So that one. So break-in service there also it will come. If break-in services are 1 or 2 form has to be filed. Same logic, similar logic. Break-in service should not be there. If you don't want to break-in service, please pay the membership within the end of the financial year at least, along with penalty, all that. Suppose no, if a member name is removed in a disciplinary action. In that case, no, here your name is removed not because of non-payment of membership fee. You are removed because of the disciplinary action. Then from which date restoration will be? Order will decide. The disciplinary order will decide. I will show you disciplinary how that works. I will explain briefly. Any other case, restoration will be with effect from the date on which application along with the fee is received. Any other case means what? For example, removal happened in 1 year, restoration happened in the next year. Application is made in the next year. In that case, what is the rule? From the date and when you applied for restoration, from the date restoration will be coming. Suppose if the restoration application is made in the same financial year, then restoration will be from the date of removal. This is for membership restoration. What about COP restoration? Same provision. That is again separately discussed, but same provision is applicable for even COP restoration also. Confident until now? We'll discuss about COP and further topics in the next session. You're all confident until now? Ethics will be super entertaining, I'm telling. Like completely we discuss about real practice, like what we do, what they are telling. And there is a definitely misstatement between these two. Yeah. So we started discussion regarding this membership concepts, where we understood disabilities of a member, or when a member is disqualified, when a person is disqualified to apply membership, or when a member will be disabled, so that his name will be removed from the register of members. And we also have seen under what circumstances a name of the member will be removed from the register. And I also spoke about restoration, correct? Now, the types of the members, there are 2 types. The moment you qualify and apply for membership, you get a membership number, you are recognized as ACA, Associate of the Institute. Once you completed 5 years program, once you completed 5 years of practice, you will be treated as what? Fellow. You are treated as a fellow of the institute. These are all Britain terminology, associate, fellow, all that is a Britain terminology adopted from that. So an associate member who has been in continuous practice for at least 5 years, then he will be treated as what? A fellow chartered accountant. Further, a member who has been associate for continuous period not less than 5 years and has experience equivalent to experience normally acquired as a result of continuous practice, he will also be treated as what? FCA. Like, what does it mean? See, you see this sentence. Who possess such qualification, who possess such qualification as prescribed by council, that he has experience equivalent to experience normally required as a result of continuous practice. Like if you have 5 years continuous in practice, you are an FCA. That's agreed. What if I am working in an audit firm? What if I am working in an audit firm as an employee? Same, whatever partner is doing, I am also doing the same. Practice work only I am taking up. Just that I don't have COP. If at all I am not having COP for 5 years, will you deny me from getting FCA after working 5 years in a firm? No. Even if you work as an employee under an audit firm for 5 years or more than 5 years, that is also treated as what? In practice. That is also deemed to be in practice. So whether you work in Big Four, whether you work in audit firms, in all these cases, when you're working continuously for more than 5 years, if you're working, it is treated as if you are in practice and considered for the purpose of COP calculation. Clear? Then now this is penalty for falsely claiming to be a member. Suppose you're not a member, but you're claiming yourself as a member of the institute. All the CA students who are saying CA so and so, yes or no, without qualifying in Instagram, social media, everywhere, getting it. So you're all liable under this class. You're liable to pay 1,000 rupees on your first conviction. Subsequent term 5,000. Your monthly stipend you have to pay. Getting it? So penalty for falsely claiming to be a member. So not a member, but represents that is a member of the institute. Uses designation as a chartered accountant. So, and one more thing here, you don't have COP, but you are saying that you are in practice. Even for a member who do not have COP, but saying that he is in practice, for him also penalty is leviable. You are not a member, but you are claiming to be a member. You are not having COP, but claiming to be a COP. And there is in Schedule 2, one more thing is there. Schedule 1 or Schedule 2. Okay, I didn't remember, but I'll show you how I'll remember. Getting it? While explaining to you how to remember cumulatively the clauses, I will show you. As of now, at this moment, if you ask me, do you remember? Barely I remember few. Maybe I have to stress little bit. I'll recollect everything. But let us do that exercise of remembering all the clauses with the provisions. Cumulatively, let's understand that. Fine. So, there in the Schedule 1 or Schedule 2, one clause is there which says that you are not an FCA, but you are claiming as an FCA. You are not an FCA, but you are claiming it as an FCA. Schedule 1 offense it will be, for sure. Why? Because in Schedule 1 only it is dealing with what? Schedule 1 only it is dealing with professional practice. It is not dealing with serving claims. Like how to recognize this, I will tell you a technique. How to recognize that particular clause. First of all, you must have studied that. So I feel it is Schedule 1, and this is generally for everybody. This provision is applicable not just for who are in practice. Schedule Part 3 will be the provision which is applicable. Inside that, a member who is not an FCA but claiming to be FCA, some clause number is there. Part 3 is having totally 4 clauses. I think 4 clauses. Part 3 Schedule 1 is having how many? 4 clauses. In that one of the clause number 1 or 2. 1, you see, yeah. Like I just applied backward. I'm just thinking logically and applied, discover the, clause. If I strain little more, I'll discover the right clause. You're getting it? So I'll tell you the technique, how to discover the clause through a backward thinking approach. Okay, next. It is just that a struggle in mind. That's it. You have to struggle. If you struggle your brain, it will come out. So that's it. Then write about CA in practice. You cannot practice without obtaining COP. First of all, what do you mean by a practice? You are deemed to be in practice if you satisfy the following definition. You are deemed to be in practice if you satisfy the following criteria or following definition. They have given a definition. When a member is deemed to be in practice, so that he has to obtain certificate of practice. When a member is deemed to be in practice, so that he has to obtain COP. If at all you are not deemed to be in practice, you need not get COP. You're getting the point? You're not deemed to be in practice. As per DTP definition, you're not covered. You need not get COP. But if at all you're doing any of this, whatever activity that you're doing, if it is being covered under deemed to be in practice, you have to get COP, you have to pay annual membership fee, you have to obey the council guidelines, schedules, all that. Whatever respective schedules that is applicable to you. Correct? So when a member is deemed to be in practice, a member is deemed to be in practice either individually or in partnership, where consideration is received or to be received, means you are charging consideration. A member is deemed to be in practice if the member is charging consideration for what? For engaging in practice of accountancy. What does it mean, accountancy? Accountancy means, practice of accountancy means chartered accountancy, or you are claiming to the public, you're exhibiting yourself to the public that you are some statutorily eligible accountant. So practice of accountancy has a wider meaning. It includes auditing. Practice of accountancy includes auditing. Practice of accountancy include making books of accounts for the client also. Practice of accountancy includes preparing books of accounts to the client also. Practice of accountancy. Remember, we have a practice PRACTICE, not SE. Certificate of practice, CA in practice, CE at the last. It's not SE. SE is a verb. CE is a noun. Practice is a noun. Practice is a verb. Getting it? So practice means it's a license. It means it's a license. A doctor in practice, a lawyer in practice, a CA in practice, engineer in practice. It's a license actually. Practice dictionary meaning is what? It's a license. An eligibility to do certain activity is called a practice. Now, so you are engaging yourself, you are engages in practice of accountancy, or you are performing auditing, verification of transaction books, accounts, records, or you are preparing or verifying certification of accounting and related statement. Remember, even preparation, even if you are doing compilation engagement, you are deemed to be in practice. Even if you are offering yourself to prepare books of accounts of others, you are offering services to prepare books of accounts. Even you see, or you are doing verification services. Verification of what? Accounts, records, financial transactions, or you are holding yourself out to the public that you are an accountant. Remember, not everybody who is telling who is publicly saying that he is an accountant becomes a deemed to be in practice. When you are deemed to be in practice, when you are a member of the institute and making an exhibit, explicitly you are expressing to the people that I am an accountant, I am an accountant. Accountant here means what? Chartered accountant. You're getting it? Accountant means you're what? Chartered accountant. You are exhibiting outsiders that you are an accountant. Tell me, when you are a CA and you are exhibiting that outside that you are an accountant, I am ready to offer accounting services, I'm ready to offer verification services. By default, people think you have license, correct? By default, don't you think that you have a license? For example, there is a doctor who did not get COP, but established a small clinic, and he is using the qualification MBBS, MD, all that. Don't we think that he is having a license, active license? By default, we think that. That's why it's called deemed to be in practice. Are you getting the point? Logic is very simple. What you are doing, if at all it appears to the public that you are offering some license-oriented services, we will license it to you. Means you have to obtain the license. You are deemed to be in practice, get license. Means what is the license for CS? COP. That's it. Next, or not only that, you are rendering some services or you are providing some assistance in matters of principle, in accounting, procedure detailing, or financial facts and data, certification, recording, presentation, certification, or rendering such other services which council thinks that only a CA in practice can do. What do you mean by council? Council is nothing but the ICAI. You know, we have an ICAI. There is something called central council. There is something called central council. Just a minute. So I'll just show you briefly, if at all you don't have an idea. Suppose I'll show you like see, you see, this is the ICAI site, right? You see here committee, or else here you will find so overview. In this overview, the council is there. So we have totally five regions council and nominated members. Totally ICAI is having 40 board of directors. Simply speaking, council members are nothing but what? Board of directors. ICAI is having totally 40 council members. Out of them, 8 were nominated by Government of India. Remaining 32 were elected. For example, from southern region, 6 members were elected. Few are from Hyderabad, one is from Vizag, and 2 are from Chennai, 1 is from Kerala. Like that, from southern region, 6 members were elected. For western region, some number will be allocated. For eastern region, some number. Central region, some number. So totally 5 regions: north, east, west, south, and center. So totally 5 zones. And all these members are what? Monitoring overall ICAI decision making process. They are the supervisories of ICAI. That's why they are called a central council member. Central means not a member coming from central region. Central council means what? Main member, like overall. In ICAI, there is a 3-level architecture. Central council, where they monitor overall ICAI decision making process. Regional council, where they only focus on southern region, eastern region, western region, SIRC, WARC, EIRC, NIRC, CIRC. These are all regional councils. Again, they will have branch level management, like Chennai branch of SICASA, Cochin branch of SICASA, Thrissur branch of SICASA, Vizag branch of SICASA, like that. So this is 3rd level management. So where their duty is only related to that branch. Southern Regional Council, SIRC, their duty is related to only Southern. Central Council as a whole. Now within the Central Council, election will be happening from every region. Representatives will be there from every region. Same, whatever federal structure we follow in Government of India, whatever federal structure, same federal structure is being implemented in ICAI. Clear? Yes. Now, I'll just show you. Like you might have understood some various committees, right? You might have understood about Accounting Standard Board, Auditing Standard Board, all this, right? They're nothing but what? Non-standing committees of ICAI. They're nothing but what? Non-standing committees of ICAI. You see, Accounting Standard Board, Auditing and Assurance Standard Board. Auditing and Assurance Standard Board is the one which will issue auditing standards, which will design, participate in development of auditing standards, all that. What are they actually? Accounting Standard Board means what? What is Auditing Standard Board? What is Tax Audit Review Board? What is Peer Review Board? They are nothing but these committees. These committees are formed based on whom? Council members. Just like in a company, board of directors will form risk management committee, board of directors only will form audit committee, board of directors only will form finance committee, board of directors only will form CSR committee, corporate governance committee. Yes or no? Same way, ICAI board of directors will form multiple committees where each and every committee will look into exclusively that affairs. One of that committee is Accounting Standard Boards, which we know. One of that committee is Auditing and Assurance Standard Board, which we know in accounting and auditing. Yes or no? They are nothing but committees of ICAI. They are nothing but committees. They are non-standing committees. There are 4 standing committees. Standing committee means permanent bodies. Non-standing committee means where they establish for a particular purpose. Once that purpose is fulfilled, the committee will be withdrawn. Suppose Auditing and Assurance Standard Board is there. That's a non-standing committee. That's not a permanent body. But still, it has a permanent in nature because continuously they will be evolved, right? Standards and all will be evolved, right? So, though it is not a permanent body, its nature is permanent. Now, you see, like committees, like you will have many a times council committee discussions, all that, right? Standing committee means this only. Disciplinary committee, executive committee, finance committee, examination committee. Examination committee is what? Conducting exams for you. Finance committee is nothing but dealing with ICAI finance matters, all that. Executive committee dealing with entire board of studies, total ICAI, operations, everything like that. Next. So that is what council means. So a member shall be deemed to be in practice if at all he, in his professional capacity, remember, not in personal capacity, not as an employee. In your professional capacity, you are acting as a liquidator, trustee, executor, administrator, arbiter, receiver, advisor, representative for costing, financial and taxation. This is most important. Even if you are providing representation services for costing, financial, taxation matters. If you are providing representational services for taxation matters, you are deemed to be in practice. Representational services. That's why many a times at clause number 7 related provision, you will see this word. A member shall have no other capacity except as a member of the ICAI. You might have heard this word. A member shall have no other capacity except as a member of the ICAI. Like you are providing representation services, right? Generally, when you are eligible to provide taxation representation services, you're only eligible to provide only when you are having COP. Only when you are having COP, you are eligible to provide representational services. On representational services, we have some practical questions where it says like, the auditor has submitted some information to income tax authority or tax authority or GST authorities based on the information given by the client. And the information is completely wrong. Fact, false information, completely false information. Still he is submitted to the department. Is the CA treated as guilty? This is the question. Generally what we think, we apply clause number 5, clause number 6. We say that a material fact known to him failed to furnish to the the concerned authority. That's what we generally apply. But what the answer says, representation services, you are just acting as a representative of the client. Whatever clients gives you, you are just giving it to the income tax authority, where you are acting as a mediator of the client. Therefore, you are not held guilty. That's the answer. We have 2 practical questions. One illustration we have in our normal ICAI book itself. One previous year examination question this was asked. Generally, when we see this question, we are tempted to conclude that yes, submitting false information knowingly is a guilty of professional misconduct. So, like this, what are all the crux point was there? Crux point were there. Like I will be reminding you. I'll be reminding you whatever those crux points at the respective clause. Fine. Are you clear until now? Or remember, you are deemed to be in practice in one more scenario. You are taking up appointment made by central government or state government or a court of law or any other legal authority, or you are acting as a secretary. You are acting as a secretary. Recently in the May 2024 exam, somewhere in the RTP or MTP, this question was asked. Secretary related point they have asked. A CA has been appointed as a secretary. by so and so. So that too, this is what, clause number 11 linked. Clause number 11 linked. For this, generally, when appointments made by government, no, you need not take separate permission. Appointments made by statutorily, you don't require any separate permission for that. Are you getting it? But remember, you can take this appointment if you are taking up this appointment in your professional capacity. In your professional capacity, then you are treated as what? You are deemed to be in capacity. You are deemed to be in practice. What is professional capacity? Because you are CA, this appointment came. Because you are CA, this appointment has come to you. Not because of otherwise. Because you are a chartered accountant and well known in the market, credibility is there, some issue is going on in some very big listed company, you are appointed as a secretary for that company by the central government. Because you are a CA, that is called professional capacity. Are you getting the point? So, which means if you are using your qualification and getting something, you are deemed to be in practice. Simple logic. Deemed to be in practice means what ICAI says is, if you are using your qualification, which the membership of the institute which is granted to you, you are using that and procuring business in your professional capacity, you are deemed to be in practice. Whether you procure this work for accounting, auditing, representational services, arbitrar, liquidator, whatever it is, I am not bothered. You are deemed to be in practice. Now, we have this question. We have this another question. Can a member who is in practice, can he provide management consultancy, other services? Suppose I'm in practice, I'm a CA having COP. Can I provide consultancy and other services? Absolutely, no restriction. Absolutely, you can provide. Consultancy and other services is something that anybody can provide, not necessarily CA. Anyone can provide. For example, working capital management services. There are many portfolio working capital management related, many startups were there where they are saying, we will manage your working capital, we will give you time to time finance decisions, everything that you have to take. There are many startups, applications were developed. Who are they? They are not even CS. Anybody can provide consultancy services, anybody can provide other services. Only those services which are statutorily required to be performed by chartered accountant, others cannot provide. Are you getting the point? For example, internal audit, anyone can provide. Anybody can be an internal auditor. In many companies, MBS were there as internal auditors. There is no qualification requirement. Section 138 does not prescribe any qualification. A company shall appoint internal auditor. Qualification can be any. At the end of the day, you must have audit skill. That's it. I will get audit skill only if I study CA course. Huh? No. Even otherwise, I can audit the books of accounts. If at all I know how the books of accounts, how the company functions. As simple as such. So, entire consultancy and other services I've highlighted with red color key points. Okay, I have highlighted with red color key points. You just read that later, the list. I'm not reading the entire MCOS list. I'm just giving you an idea what confusion generally you will have. So, CAs in practice, can they provide consultancy and other services? Absolutely. Suppose you are only providing this, you are a member, but you're only providing this, will you be deemed to be in practice? No. If at all, whatever services listed out here, any of the services that are listed out here, if at all any of that service comes under DTP definition, then only you are deemed to be in practice. Otherwise, you are not deemed to be in practice. Then what is the significance of MCOS definition? The significance is very simple. Even if a member who is deemed to be in practice, even if a member who is in practice, can they provide consultancy and other services? Yes, they can provide. For example, what are consultancy and other services? They gave a list. What is not a consultancy also? They gave a list. This is important. Consultation, management consultancy and other services shall not include statutory, periodical, audit, tax. Representation services is also not treated as what? Consultancy service. Advisors concerning tax matters. If you are doing an advisory, tax advisory services, it is not MCOS. You are acting as liquidator, trustee, executor, administrator, receiver. You are not treated as providing consultancy. When they are excluding certain items under consultancy, they don't come under consultancy. They all come within the DTP definition generally. They all come within the definition of DTP. Deemed to be in practice. These services will come within the definition of deemed to be in practice. So what are they? Statutory audit, periodical audit, representation services. Representation means what? Direct tax, indirect tax, or even costing, finance matters, advisors on tax matters, acting as various roles. All these items you will not be treated as, they will not be treated as consultancy and other services. Which means these services, who can provide? Only a CA having COP can only provide. Because all these services comes under within the definition of deemed to be in practice. The moment you provide any service, being a member, the moment you provide any service, and if it falls within the definition of deemed to be in practice, you must obtain COP. You must obtain COP. I just want to open an office where I want to put a name board called my name and below chartered accountant. Can I use it like that? Yes, get COP and use it. Get COP and use it. The moment you put an office, you are publicly showing that you are practicing indirectly. Do that kind of activity only after getting specific license from the institute. Without obtaining COP, if you are practicing, what is the penalty? 1,000 rupees first time, subsequent time 5,000 rupees. Clear? Not just penalty. Sometimes it's a Schedule 2 offense because you are violating CA Act, CA guidelines. The institute can reprimand the member, can even levy up to 5 lakhs. The penalty can be levied up to 5 lakhs. That's it. Now, and one more class of chartered accountants, another class of CAs, they are also treated as deemed to be in practice. What you know? A CA in practice or a firm of, an associate or fellow who is a salaried employee. Suppose if I'm working in an audit firm, I am also treated as what? Deemed to be in practice. But the thing is, I won't get COP. But when I'm obtaining COP, to determine whether I am an AC or FCA, the period which I worked in this firm is also counted. Correct? The period which I worked in the firm is also counted because the work experience in the firm is treated as equivalent to the practice experience. That's why. Not only that, there is one more service which is counted. If you are working in armed forces, Navy, Airways, all that, Army, yes or no, you are working in armed forces. So long period that you are working in armed forces, that is treated as deemed to be in practice. Suppose I became a CA and out of my passion I went to army for 5 years and I came back. Now I want to apply COP. I will directly apply for FCA. The so long 5 years I worked in armed forces is treated as deemed to be in practice. It is treated as deemed to be in practice. Nothing but it's counted in what? COP calculation. To encourage people to work in armed forces, these kinds of benefits will be given. Getting it? By working in armed forces, they should not lose certain eligibilities outside. That is the reason why people working in armed forces were given age relaxation, various other benefits. So, now the question, one more question is, okay, I understood. What is deemed to be in practice? We understood. When a CA is providing these services, is deemed to be in practice, he must obtain COP. Further, we also understood that a CA can provide, who is in practice, can also provide consultancy services. We understood what are not included in consultancy, which are coming under DTP, which only CA with practice can provide. Consultancy can be provided by the way, anybody, not necessarily CA. When it is open to anybody, it is obviously open for CAs in practice also. That is the reason why they gave clarification. Correct? Now the question is, to the same company where I am doing audit, can I provide these consultancy and other services? Remember, consultancy and other services are nothing but non-audit services. They are nothing but what? Non-audit services. Can I provide to my audit client? Can I provide to my assurance client? Non-audit services, non-assurance services, you can provide unless it is prohibited under Companies Act 144 section. In Companies Act also you have a word called management service. Management service means what? Directorship service, KMP service, key managerial person service. Those are called as what? Management service. This is what? Consultancy service means it's a supportive service to the management. They are not direct managerial services. Management service is nothing but managerial services. Understood? So to the same company can I provide? 144 section you need to comply additionally. Except the services listed under 144, any other consultancy services, any other services you want to provide, you can happily provide to the audit client. Only one requirement. Council guideline says fees charged for other services shall not exceed fees charged for audit to avoid self-interest threat. Correct? To avoid self-interest threat, fees charged for total other services shall not exceed fees charged for audit. To the same audit client, if at all you are providing other services, audit should be the primary motive for you. Audit independence should not be affected by other services. If you are getting fees in other services so much, if there is a threat comes from the client of intimidation, you will compromise in audit because you are getting more fees for other services. That's why what auditors do, they take a bill in the name of audit. So they provide other service. Other service they give discount. Audit service they add premium. Simple logic. This is reality. Next, are you clear? All of you. Next. One more condition is a company cannot engage in practice. A company cannot engage in practice. What do you mean by a company cannot engage in practice? You cannot practice in corporate form. Corporate form you can establish. Sir, can a CA firm, all the partners, can they establish a company? They can establish. Can they be a whole-time director in a company? Yeah, they can be. Can they be a managing director? They can be. Provided that company is exclusively providing management, consultancy and other services that are listed here. Not any other activity. Manufacturing, trading activity is not permitted. The company is providing just what? Consultancy and other services. That company, can we become a full-time director, whole-time director? Yes, provided the company name got approved from ICAI. Provided you inform ICAI the details of company got an approval. Further, you are becoming whole-time director, managing director, all that, right? At the time of company approval by the ICAI itself, that will be given approval. Naturally, you need not get a separate approval under clause number 11. Are you clear? Very simple. Mine is a firm. I am providing so many services, audit, assurance, non-audit, all that. I want to have only audit and assurance services on my firm name. I want to float another entity where I want to provide all this non-audit services. Can I float such an entity? You can absolutely float. Provide. Now, clause number 11 says what? It's an additional occupation, prohibited, they are saying, right? But council guideline says corporate form of practice where a member can establish a company, and in that company the member can have substantial ownership. The member can be a director. That is permitted, provided IC will approve it. All consultancy services we will provide in the name of the company. Many audit firms that you see, medium and above medium sized firms, they have a parallel company also. They have a parallel company. Whoever partners are there in the firm, generally they will be directors. That is one of the council guideline, important council guideline in corporate form of practice. No attestation service, no certification service shall be made in the name of the company. Only one condition, attestation, assurance, that alone cannot be done on the name of the company. That's the only condition. That's what here also they're saying. A company cannot engage in practice. In order to do practice, either you must be a sole proprietor individual or you must be a firm. Are you clear? How we can practice, by the way? Sole proprietary means individually in my name I can practice. I don't even take a name of the firm also. Caramharsha is a practicing CA. Enough. Or I can open a firm, Caramharsha and Co, where I am a proprietor. That's called a sole proprietary firm. Or if I take another person as a partner, then I must form a partnership firm or LLP. Yes or no? When I want to have a business name, not my individual name, when I want to have a business name like Caramharsha and Co, Caramharsha and Associates, if I want to have a business name like this, I must obtain firm registration number from institute. I must obtain firm registration number from institute. I don't want to get any firm name, business name. I just want to practice in my own name. Membership number, COP, that's enough. Firm name and all not required. But if you get a firm name, you will have a goodwill. You can accumulate goodwill. You can sell your firm name to somebody later on. Upon expiry of the proprietor, the legal heirs can sell the firm name to somebody. Experience of the firm is there, goodwill is there, that can be sold to another fresher CA, for example. And the fresher CA can continue using the firm name. That is why in clause number 2, clause number 3 or clause number 2, we have this provision, share of sale of goodwill. There I will discuss. Clear? Next. And one more thing we know very well, a CA is prohibited to use any designation. A CA is prohibited to use any designation. Which CA? Practice. A member in practice is prohibited to use any other designation except the word chartered accountant. When you are using the word chartered accountant, can I use some other designation? You can use some other designation provided the other designations are insolvency resolution professional, registered valuer. Only these two designations you can use. Remaining designations you cannot use. Remember, can I say Ramharsha CA, CMA, CS? Yes, no problem. Because they are not designations, they are just qualifications. Can I use Ramharsha below chartered accountant, cost accountant, company secretary, lawyer? No, because these are all designations. These are all what? Designations. To your name, either suffix or prefix if you put, that indicates actually a qualification. That does not indicate you are in practice. Below, full form you are using generally, that indicates a designation. Full form generally indicates what? Designation. So the institute clearly says through section number 7, you cannot use any designation other than chartered accountant. You cannot use any description in substitute or in addition thereto. Ramharsha chartered accountant, tax expert. It is not permitted. Any other description is not permitted. You're clear? So can I mention membership of the foreign institute? Absolutely can mention. I can mention CIMA, CIMA. No problem, not an issue, because that's just a qualification you are mentioning, not an issue. Provided mentioning that qualification does not tantamount to mentioning as a designation. Unless it appears like you are mentioning it as a designation, unless it appears like that, you are permitted. So if it is appearing like a designation, you are not permitted. That's the meaning. That's the context of section 7. The same thing is once again highlighted in clause number 7. Clause number 7 is what? In part number 1, schedule number 1. A member is not permitted to exhibit or advertise his professional attainments, or is not permitted to use any designation or description in addition to or in substitution of chartered accountant. Correct? All of you able to recollect? Can I mention about directorships of the companies, all that? No, not permitted. You are not permitted to mention anything. The moment you are using chartered accountant as a designation, you cannot use any designation. Even if you are an MLA, even if you are MP, you cannot use chartered accountant, a member of parliament. No, not permitted. Next. So I have given here few examples. You cannot use certain phrases. They just gave examples. Not just these phrases, any other phrase also you cannot use. You're getting it? Income tax consultant, cost accountant, company secretary, cost consultant, management consultant, like that. However, can I use abbreviations like this? Absolutely. Abbreviations you can use beside your name on the visiting card. No problem at all. Clear? Because mentioning qualification is different from mentioning designation. Like doctors also will have this kind of restriction. A doctor can present all his qualification. IFRS, something, some kind of qualifications will be there. Okay, FRCS, sorry. Okay, FRCS, that's what. Like, so and so doctor, MD, all that, MBBS, FRCS, all that. So many will be there. They can mention like that. But below, neurologist, virologist, radiologist, that is only one. Cardiologist, yes or no, nephrologist, only few, only 1 or 2 designations only permitted. They cannot use multiple. Either you can be a neurologist or psychologist, physiologist, or whatever. Only one designation you can. Getting it? Yeah. So provisions related to branches. The point is very simple here. The logic is very simple. See, what do you mean by practice? Generally, you will have an establishment. Physical establishment is what generally we know nowadays. Yes or no? Physical establishment. We know very well we are not permitted to do practice online. Correct? Are we permitted to do practice online? Definitely not. Through a website, can I provide practicing services? No. As of now, the guidelines were not evolved and it is not permitted also. Website should work only on pull mode, not push mode. So many guidelines were there, which makes us, we cannot practice over online, correct? So we can only practice offline. For offline practice, you must need an office. Either your residential, suppose you say my office is my home itself. Okay, that itself, let it be. Your firm name is there, right? Your office name, firm name will be there, right? Name, firm name board. It can only appear at the office, whatever you told. It cannot appear at another place. It cannot appear at some other place. Suppose at some other place also you want to put a name board. Like I want to put my firm name board, Caramharsha & Co. Chartered Accountants, this name. This is a firm name, my business name. This is my business name. My business name I want to put at some other place. Okay, that's called as branch. If you are using it at more than one place, it's treated as what? Branch. Now, can I put a member board? Can I put a nameplate at another place? What is the requirement? First of all, what is the condition here? You can put absolutely, provided for that office a separate CA is there. For that office, a separate CA is available who is in charge. Who is in charge? If this condition is not there, what happens, you know? Name board costs how much? 500 rupees. I can go to every state. I will meet every tax consultant. I will tell him to put my name board. You will get more clients. Yes or no? I can have 50,000 branches in South India. 50,000 branches in South India where my firm name is there everywhere. I can practice no like this. If at all such a condition is not there, if at all you are claiming that so and so is your branch, if at all you are exhibiting that so and so is your branch, how do we exhibit that it is our office? By putting the name board of the firm. Firm name board, correct? By mentioning firm name board, we are saying that that's our office. If at all firm name board itself is not there, then that's a different story altogether. If firm name board is given, that's an office. Now, is it the office from you are practicing? No, I'm practicing from some other office. That's your main office. This is then branch. Can I have a branch like this with a just where I mentioned the name board? You can have it, provided another chartered accountant is heading that. Another chartered accountant is heading that. Nothing but there must be a separate in charge for that. Like who should be that? Either he must be your partner or he must be your full-time employee. Either he must be a partner or he must be a full-time employee who is a chartered accountant. Having membership number. Who is a member of the institute? Nothing but. Who is a member of the institute? Either a partner of your firm or employee of their firm. If any of them are acting as in charge for that branch, then you can have any number of branches. I don't have objection. Because there is a direct one CS supervision is there. Profession of accountancy is a personal in nature, correct? Yes or no? It is something like personal in nature. You cannot provide, in the absence of you cannot run practice without your presence. Only with your presence only practice can be done. Only with your presence only assurance can be provided. If this condition is not there, every CA, once he get little financial status, he will buy the name boards of the firm and put across India at all tax consultants office. Happily I can say I have branches across India, 10,000 branches I have. Name boards, how much it will cost? Correct? Is this a risk or not? So institute is avoiding this risk by prescribing the condition that if you want to have a separate branch, another branch you want to open, have a separate in charge. Simple. Now, separate in charge is not required. If at all I have premises, if at all I have another office, within the same city, within the same building, or within 50 kilometers from the original office. Let us call the first office which you declared, no. The first office which you declared to ICAI, no. Let us call that as head office. From the head office, if at all another office is located within 50 kilometers from not this office, from the city municipality limits, from the municipal limits of the city or town, cantonment board, whatever, from the city outskirts, nothing but limits. Suppose Chennai Metro Development Authority, CMDA limit will be there. Sorry. CUDA. Chennai or Metro Development, correct only. CM? Okay, whatever it is. Chennai Metro Municipal Authority will be there, right? Correct only, I think. CMR is CMDA is correct only, I think. So, Chennai Metro Department will be there, right? City, I'm talking about municipality. Whatever that municipal limit says, from that limit up to 50 kilometers, you can have a branch without an in charge. Why? The logic is very simple. I want to open a branch in the city, the rents are so high, so I went to outskirts, you can say up to 50 kilometers you can have, no problem. Can I have a branch in Tanjavur and say, can I have a branch in Cochin? I say, I don't have premises in Chennai, that's the reason I opened in Cochin, daily I will travel up and down. No, you can't, yes or no? So their intention is not proved. You're getting it? Up to 50 kilometers from the city municipal limits, I will consider it as single office. No problem. Within the same building, you have 2 offices, I will consider. Within the same city, you have multiple offices, not just 2, multiple offices. It doesn't require any separate CA. You have 100 within the Chennai, no problem at all. 1 CA is enough in charge. But the moment it is more than 50 kilometers, it is not possible for you to monitor both of them directly. So there must be a separate CA who should monitor that. That's the logic. Understood? Over branch office provision. Now, when do we say a member is in charge of that branch? A member should either reside at that place. The place wherever I say branch, there the member should reside minimum 182 days. Or he is attending the office minimum 182 days in a year. Or in some other circumstances, establish active association. Nothing but member is not attending daily. He is not staying there. He is always in the outstation audit. More than 182 days on behalf of that office is in outstation audit. That's okay. That is also treated as what? Active association. Clear? So a member is deemed to be an in charge. I mean, a member is deemed to be an in charge. 182 days he attends that office, or in the same city is residing for 182 or more than 182 days, or in the opinion of the council, it established, it ensures that you are actively associated with that. Then you are compliant. Understood the logic of the provision? That's it. Now, a member, for a member, who is actually practicing in hill area, Ooty, Kodaikanal, Munnar, yes or no? If a member is practicing in hill areas, temporarily he has so many clients at the plain. Temporarily he has so many clients at the plain areas. Temporarily can he open in the plains the temporary office without a separate in charge? Can he open without a separate in charge a temporary office in the city of plain? Yes, you can, provided your original practice is in hill area. Provided your original practice is in hill area. You can have a branch in a plain, means normal altitude, whatever, yes or no, normal areas. You can have a practice, provided the temporary office duration shall not exceed 3 months. Generally, this was given here they use winter, all that. Before commencement of winter, you should submit the institute. When are you opening temporary office? For how long you're going to keep? After closing the office also, you have to submit to the institute that you have closed the temporary office, all that. Winter, that and logic is used generally because the filing season is what? June, July, August, September. The filing season, July, August, September is, technically speaking, is a winter season in India. So that's the reason why they use the word winter. Are you getting it? Before commencing this, you have to inform the institute that you're opening. After office is closed also, you have to intimate that the office got closed. Now, can the name board be present? Can the name board be present? Name board can be presented of the individual. Like my name board I can use in my residence place, no problem. Firm name board I cannot use. The moment firm name board is there, it's an office. The moment firm name board is there, it's a branch. Simply speaking, it's a branch. Unless you are practicing at your residence, you cannot use firm name board. You cannot use firm name board. Only your member board you can be used. Simply Ramharsha Chartered Accountant. It's a member name board. Firm name board means what? Ramharsha and Co. Chartered Accountants. It's a firm name board. Are you getting it? That cannot be used at place of residence. If at all residence is not listed with ICAI website as a practice place. Clear? Suppose if at all no, in a same city you have multiple offices. You need to declare. When it is simple, if a member is having multiple offices, you should declare which is head office to the institute, so that entire communication will be going to that particular head office. That's it. Now, member in charge must be there, right? What should be which member? Can I put my friend as an in charge? No, he must be of course he must be a member of the institute, he must be a partner of the firm, or he must be an employee of the firm, associated with the firm. Remember, whenever I recruit a CA as an employee in my office, I have to file a form with ICAI that this fellow is working with me. Just like how articles form and all we file, we just file it. Therefore, in the institute database, in this firm, how many CAs are there? Partners, paid assistants, whatever, how many CAs were there? This is relevant for panel, empanelment in bank audit, empanelment in insurance, and all these cases. Clear? That's it. Now, disciplinary procedure. Disciplinary procedure. You have a website called ICAI. You can simply search this was file a complaint on CA. File a complaint on CA. Some initial 3 links you will get. Disciplinary committee website, DISC ICAI. DISC ICAI, some website is like this. Inside that you have to pay 3,500 rupees and file a complaint on a CA. Now institute will take up the case. The moment you file a complaint, no, disciplinary directorate, he will get a pop-up notification. Yes or no? Your complaint received, new complaint received. Prima facie complaint, whoever complained, no, he will be putting some facts and evidences. No, prima facie, after seeing the evidences, he will see prima facie, is it guilty or not guilty, he will see. Prima facie, by looking at the information, by looking at the facts. Suppose some innocent fellow did, CA is rashly driving the car. Suppose, the CA sticker is there behind, he is driving the car so rashly and he is putting evidence, all that. Maybe the council may not react on that, discipline director may not react on that. So prima facie they may decide that it is not guilty. Suppose if at all that particular complaint was given by a very big media channel owner, then they may consider it as guilty because he is bringing disrepute to the profession. Yes or no? Because of his actions, he is bringing disrepute to the profession. So prima facie guilty. Then he should decide, will it come under first schedule guilt or second schedule? If it is first schedule, he should place the matter before board of discipline. If it is otherwise, disciplinary committee. Remember, first complaint will be received by disciplinary directorate. Then it will go to the committee. Second schedule means higher level. In a company also, director lower level, committee is higher level. Correct? Same logic. Disciplinary director will receive some complaint, and if at all depending upon first schedule, entire board of discipline will look into. If it is second schedule, much more severe offense, it will go to the committee. It will go to higher level, which is committee. Then board of discipline, they accepted looking at the fact. They investigate, and if at all the member was found guilty, yes, reprimand means warn the member, give a warning, remove the name for a period of up to 3 months, impose a fine up to 1 lakh. Suppose disciplinary committee received this second schedule complaint, conduct inquiry, found guilty, give warning to the member, remove the name for whatever duration it think fit, and impose fine up to 5 lakh. What is the difference between first schedule and second schedule offense? First schedule dealing with the offenses in conduct of your practice. Second schedule dealing with the services provided to the clients. Tell me where the severity will be high. If a third party is affected because of my negligence service, if a third party is affected, that severity is very high. That's why second schedule offense. That's why second schedule talks about breaching confidentiality, giving report without evidence, giving report without containing material facts and all. Some third party interest is affected because of the offense you did in part 1 schedule 2. I put name board of my firm name at so many places without ICAI. Is there any third party which is affected? No, third party is not affected. It is against institute code of conduct. That's it. Here institute, you and me only affected, not others. Clear? That's it. Then, and once suppose if a member is aggrieved by either disciplinary committee order, board of discipline order in case of first schedule, second schedule offense in case of disciplinary committee, the member can go for appellate authority. The member can go for appellate authority. That's it. Write about types of misconduct. Write about types of misconduct. I already told professional misconduct, other misconduct. 2 misconducts. Professional means what? Those misconducts that arise in profession. Because of your professional negligence, these are arising. Other misconduct, they are not related to your profession itself. For example, I told Nagpur case. I told corruption cases. CA involved in so and so. All that. So your qualification, because you are using qualification at some other places where it doesn't require, and there you are doing something nonsense, and institute caught that, you are bringing disrepute to the profession because you are a CA. Even media channels, they won't highlight the name, they highlight the profession. A doctor is indulged in so and so, CA is indulged in so and so, lawyer is indulged, so people will see more. That's it. Why? To comment that educated brute. Below they want to comment educated idiot and the madri. No, they see, you see. In the social media now there is a new word called netizen. Have you heard of this? Citizen illa, netizen. Netizen, they only react in net, not otherwise. So I'm proceeding further. Can I? Yes, actually before I said part 3 we have 4 clauses. No, it is 3 clauses. So right now my state of mind is like I'm half remembering the clauses, half remembering right now. Once when I'm discussing with you, I will explain you how to remember all the clauses simultaneously along with you studying them. Getting it? Yes. So schedule 1 deals with all offenses that are primarily dealing with conduct of affairs, conduct of practice, conduct of business, conduct of employment. Whereas schedule 2 primarily deals with third party. Third party is involved in your activity, a third party is being affected. That is schedule 3. Sorry, schedule 2. Schedule 1 has a clear breakup for when a member in practice is deemed to be guilty, when a member in employment deemed to be guilty, service, member in employment is treated as member in service. Member in practice is treated as CA in practice. It is defined as what? CA in practice. Second part, it is defining as member in service. Third part, generally whether you are in practice or otherwise, whether you are in practice or otherwise, there will be some misconducts which you do in profession. Other misconduct, something not related to the profession, you did some misconduct. So first schedule answers that. Second schedule, no, member in employment, a member in service, there is no separate part. That is why part 1 directly practice, part 2 generally for all members, generally whether in practice or not, and part 3 other misconduct. In the last one, part 3, there is only one misconduct, okay, where imprisonment is exceeding 6 months. Last one, schedule 2 part 3 other misconduct, when that will apply? When a member is punished with imprisonment or transportation for a period more than 6 months. What is transportation punishment? Sometimes the punishment will be banishment from the city. Getting it? You are banished, you are banned from the city, which means you have to compulsorily transport to another city. That's called punishment of transportation. What is it called as? That's called punishment. Or you may be held in custody at some other place, not in the city where you are living. You are in custody at some other place altogether. That is also treated as what? Punishment of transportation. Imprison means nearby prison, whatever is there you will be generally kept. So that's called imprisonment. If a member is punished with an imprisonment for a period exceeding 6 months, that's a severe guilty. In the Indian Penal Code, Criminal Code procedures, most of the imprisonments are less than 6 months, which are not that severe. Severe guilty, severe moral turpitudes, they only have punishments for more than 6 months. If you did something more than 6 months, that's a severe thing, something you have done. So it's a schedule 2 offense. If it is not exceeding 6 months, it will come under what? It will come under schedule 1, part number 4. Okay, part number 4 has 2 clauses. Clause number 2 is dealing with imprisonment. Clause number 1 is dealing with a member is bringing disrepute to the profession. A member is dealing with disrepute to the profession. Just once open, is that clause number 1 correctly? Clause number 1 only? Don't guess. I'm asking you to see and tell. Clause 2, clause 1 imprisonment, then fine. Yeah. Now make memory mapping. Clause number 1 and part number 3 also clause number 1 only, and it has only one clause. It has only one clause. Let us call clause number 1 only. In part number 3, schedule 2 other misconduct, part 3, in that clause number 1 is dealing with imprisonment. Part number 4 of schedule 1 first point also dealing with imprisonment. The only difference is there it is less than 6 months, here it is more than 6 months. In schedule number 1 there are 2 other misconducts. What is other misconduct? Something not related to profession, but because of which CA profession is being damaged. That could be the reason, right? Other misconduct, the same only drafted. A member is treated as guilty of other misconduct if his conduct is bringing disrepute to the profession. Yes or no? See, they didn't define what exactly he did. They defined saying something you did that is bringing disrepute to our profession. Then also I will treat you as what? Other misconduct under schedule number 1. In schedule number 1, other misconduct is dealt under the last part. Schedule 1 last part is what? First part is practice, second part is for service people, third part is for both of them, fourth part is for other misconduct logically. So one logic you establish, that will be enough. And part 4. Now the same in part 3 schedule to imprisonment only it is dealing with more than 6 months. Now you see other misconduct, you will remember the clause numbers. Yes or no? Clause number 1, imprisonment. Here also clause number 1, imprisonment. There clause number 2, bringing disrepute to the profession. Here there is no clause 2. That's it. Easy. Next. Now let us look at generally. What is it? Let us look at generally. When you are treated as misconduct generally. When you are treated as misconduct generally. Here, no, part number 3. Schedule 1, part number 3. It has 3 clauses. It has how many? 3 clauses. We completed just now the last part, but now we are going to the last but 1 part. Okay. Schedule 1 has part 3, which is dealing with the members' misconduct generally, whether in practice or otherwise. What are they? Just once I will see. Once I'll go through that. What's the page number? This also let us remember. 1. Yes. Now, first schedule, part 3. It has some misconducts. It has some misconducts which is applicable for every member, whether you are in practice or otherwise. In that first clause is saying what? You are not a fellow, but acting as a fellow of the institute. ACA acting as FCA. Now remember, you can become an ACA just by applying membership. Even if you are not having COP, you can claim yourself as an ACA. And you are acting, pretending yourself as an FCA. FCA who can do? Who can pretend? Only when ACA is in continuous practice of 5 years and after obtaining FCA certificate, you can pretend as an FCA. Correct? Otherwise you cannot. Now, so clause number 1, part number 3, first schedule. Every time don't remember the entire sentence. If you try to remember entire sentence, clause number 1, part number 3, first you will do mistake. Only when it is necessary to write, only recollect entire this. Otherwise, just remember the clause and part. Don't remember the schedule. Don't recollect. Schedule remembering is easy, right? Technically, schedule remembering is easy, right? So don't recollect. Only when you are writing answer, try to recollect. So right now I am dealing with what? General misconduct under first schedule. General means for practicing and non-practicing members. First clause what it says? You are not an FCA, but you are pretending as an FCA. You are treated as guilty. Clause number 2, what it says? You are failing to supply information called for or does not comply with the requirements of, means you are not complying with these requirements, you are not providing these information. Either you are not providing information, you are not complying with the requirements of the various committees. So there are so many committees where there are so many requirements. Means suppose director discipline asked you to attend for some hearing. You are not complying with this requirement. It will come under clause number 2. Now tell me, in all these cases, requirements, are they only for practicing people or are they for general also, normal people also? Normal also. So clause number 2, part number 3, which deals with a member not giving information to these people or a member not complying with the requirement of these people, these committees, either the institute, council, all that. You are not giving them or you are not complying with them. Now you see schedule 2, part 2. Schedule 2, part 2. Inside that, this is clause number 2, part number 3. Schedule 1. Whereas parallelly, I want you to compare clause number 3. Clause number 3, furnishing false information. Correct? Part number 2, schedule number 2. Correct? So that's why I don't want you to think about the schedule because you will confuse. Now you open parallelly part 2 in schedule 2. Inside that, clause number 3, what that clause says? The last clause, what that says? Last but one clause. Clause number 3, what it says? Providing false information to the institute, council, committee, director discipline, board of discipline, disciplinary committee, quality review board, appellate authority. Same list. So there it is false information. Here it is no information. Correct? Here you are not giving information. There you are giving false information. Now, just a minute. there itself, clause number 1 you see, failing to comply with CA Act. CA Act, regulations made there under. Correct? Failing to comply with CA Act, regulations made there under. Failing to comply with Act is much more violence, ultra worse. Correct? Failing to comply with Act is much more bigger violence. At least failing to comply with these people orders, that's okay. You can go negotiate with them and resolve. But you failed to comply with the Act itself, the very Act itself. Section 7 you failed to comply. Membership provision you failed to comply. Section so and so 8, disability provision you didn't comply. Deemed to be in practice, definition you didn't comply. Articles related guidelines were there, your regulations were there, you didn't comply. You are not paying stipend on time to articles, regulations you failed to comply. These are all severe violations, right? Yes or no? These are all severe violations, right? See, if I do not comply with these people's order, that's okay. I can negotiate first schedule, little punishment. I failed to comply with something that is made as an act. I failed to comply, that is something act. That is something a regulation. Directly failed to comply with a regulation. Direct regulation itself I failed to comply. That comes under severe punishment, schedule 2. And in schedule 2, what is the clause answering? Clause number 1. Schedule 2, what is the clause which is answering? Clause number 1. First get the data, then mapping we will do again. So now you see, failing to supply, the clause is here. But if you are giving false information, clause number 2, part number 2, correct? If you does not comply with these, schedule 1. If you does not comply with the Act, if you does not comply with regulations, if you does not comply with Act, if you does not comply with regulations, which clause? Clause number 1, part number 2, schedule number 2, correct? Now if you recollect, schedule 2 has totally 4 clauses. In part number 2, it has totally 4 clauses. One of the clause number 4, I think that is regarding keeping client money with me. Correct? I think one of the clauses is what? Keeping the client money with us. What is that like? Whenever you are receiving any fees from the client or any amount from the client, except fees for service performed, any other amount you received as a pure agent, you must deposit that in a separate bank account. You must not keep it in your own bank account. Correct? Yes or no? You must not keep it in your own bank account. So that is a clause. Clause number 4, part number 3. Nothing but the last clause in second schedule, general misconduct. Generally for all the members, the last clause is dealing with member taking client's fees. Remember, member, I can file IT return even if I don't have COP. I can file IT return on behalf of somebody even if I don't have COP. In that case also I may collect some amount from the client, right? So that logic is applicable for all the members. Third party affected, naturally which schedule is applicable? Second schedule. This taking money from client, who can do? Only practicing people, members also can do, right? So automatically which part? Part 2. Now taking money from the client, kept in a separate bank account, that was the last clause. You should remember like this. Don't remember clause number 4. Do you know very well that part 3 has 4 clauses? Do you know very well that part 3 has 4 clauses? But which clause exactly dealing with? Last clause is dealing with that. In that part 2, last one is dealing with that. You're getting it? So naturally, how to derive the clause number? Clause number 4. Hey, adana kete. Huh? Just a minute. That's what I'm asking. Clause number 10, keeping separate bank account. Hey, you will solid up or ipo solre. Huh? Sorry? What is that? MSME. Embezzlement. Yeah. Just a minute. Okay, fine. Cheating the client. Fraud, making fraud with the client. Small correction once again. That's why I told you 50% only remember. I'm deriving now. You have to help me that. And by the time we complete this, we will remember all the clauses. By the time we complete this exercise, not only understanding the clause, we also remember the clauses. That's why be active, man. You're seeing the book, no? I cannot scroll down like this. Okay, fine. That's it. That's okay. Making mistake is much more indication that you remember much more stronger. Actually, you remember much more stronger. Now I will not forget because I made a mistake in public, right? So clause number 4 and part number 2 that deals with embezzlement. Embezzlement, nothing but theft. Simply speaking, theft of cash. Theft of cash. Theft can be done by any member. Embezzlement of cash. So can one of you, can you read that clause number 4? Or else you read that. You don't have book, you read that louder. That's okay. Enough, enough. Any amount of fraud, any fraud in the form of defalcation, embezzlement of receipt, which is received in professional capacity. Client, you are going for audit or you are going for some checking, whatever reason. You are embezzling the receipts, you are manipulating the receipts, or you are informing the client that you have to pay so much of tax, but you have retained some amount as a commission without informing the client. That also comes under embezzlement. Correct? Generally, whatever money you received from client, you should keep it in a separate bank account and use it only for the purpose for which you received it. If you are embezzling it, if you are embezzling or if you are misappropriating it, that comes under clause number 4. Suppose if you fail to keep it in a separate bank account, it comes under clause number 10. Technically, they can make it in a single provision, right? Logically speaking, they can make it into a single provision, right? Yes or no? These are the two where we confuse the most. Embezzling the receipt we confuse with keeping it in a separate bank account. In keeping in a separate bank account, you may have not actually done the fraud, but client money you should keep it in a separate bank account. That's the logic. Once again, can you confirm, is that clause 10 only? Then fine, then fine. Again, after half an hour, don't say that. So clause number 10. Whatever money you collected from client, you should keep it in a separate bank account. Failure to keep it in a separate bank account is treated as guilty of professional misconduct for the member in practice. For the member in practice. Now, if at all the amount is going to be spent within short period of time, no need to keep it in a separate bank account. Or if the amount is received as a remuneration for the service performed, no need to keep it in a separate bank account. Any amount that you received as a pure agent of the client to remit to tax department, ROC, whatever fees purpose, whatever amount you received, which you have to spend, that amount should be kept in a separate bank account. In the process of this or otherwise, if you are embezzling the receipt, you are receiving, you are verifying cash, you are stealing some money, embezzling receipts. Getting it? Defalcation you are doing. You are producing dummy challans to the client and somehow you are manipulating the cash. Then that comes under part number 2, clause number 4. Until now clear? Now cumulatively you need to read this. Cumulatively you need to read this. Schedule clause number 3. See, for this generally, for us, part number 1 clauses is not a big confusion. Even part number 1 in schedule number 2 has slight confusion. Because in schedule 2 part 1 will have clauses which are repetitive in nature. The matter is repetitive in nature. There we will have confusion. Part number 1, generally schedule number 1, we are very confident, all of us. Mostly we are very confident. Part number 2, part number 3 in the schedule 1, part number 2 in the schedule 2. This is where most of the mistakes happen. Whereas in schedule 1, the professional misconduct that is dealing generally, right, it has 3 issues. First issue, you are not an FCA but acting as an FCA. Second issue, two complaints were there, 2 problems were there. You are not supplying information called for them, you are not complying with their requirements. Parallelly, if you give a wrong information to them, that's even more severe mistake. If you violate the act, that's even more severe mistake. What are the respective clauses? Clause number 1 in part number 2. Clause number 1 in part number 2, second schedule. Getting it? So in the severe compliances, clause number 1 dealing with what? Not complying with act and regulations. Giving false information is dealt under clause number 3. Clause number 4 is dealing with the theft of cash. Clause number 4 is dealing with theft of cash. But you are taking client money and not keeping in a separate bank account, that is dealt under part number 1, clause number 10. Clear? Money dealing with the client. Dealing money with the client is always last clause in the respective parts. It is always the last clause in the respective parts. Client money you received, kept in a separate bank account. That you failed, part number 1. Client money you're dealing with and you're embezzling it. That's a part number 2, last clause. Part number 2 has how many clauses? 4 clauses in schedule 2. Now in that schedule 2, clause 1 ruled out. What is that clause number 1? Not complying with the act and regulations. Clause number 3 is what? Not giving false information to them. Clause number 4 is what? Embezzlement. What is clause number 2? I think this is regarding confidentiality for employees. Correct? Correct. Confidentiality for employee. Correct. No? Confirm it once again. Again, I will freeze my mind. Okay. Yeah. Clause number 2 is what? Confidentiality for employees. Technically, it should be given as a separate part. Guilty of professional misconduct for member in service should be separately given. For one clause, why? That's why they gave it in the part number 2. They merged it separately. Generally, you see schedule number 1 for members in service, separate clause is there. Separate part itself is there. Whereas in schedule number 2, if an employee, a member who is working in a company breached confidentiality, is there any punishment for him? There is no part in the second schedule addressing it. Suppose you see confidentiality breach by a practicing professional, clause number 1, part number 1 is dealing. What about employees? It is there in the part number 2, clause number 2. Don't worry. You're getting the point. It is there in clause number 2, part number 2. Which schedule? Naturally, third party is affected. Schedule 2. You are getting it. With this, it is not over. Now, come back to this. Again here, giving false information to others, not ICAI. Giving false information to others. Others means what? While inviting work from another CA, while responding to tenders, while advertising through a write-up or anything as provided, while advertising through write-ups. For example, you are writing blogs. You are writing blogs. A member is permitted to advertise through a write-up. But in that exaggerated claims only should not be there. You can mention that you are so and so firm, you are a partner in that firm, this is the website of the firm. You can just mention briefly like this. You give whatever the article you are explaining, I explain that article, no problem. Blogging is permitted. That's called as what? A write-up. That's called as write-up. Write-up is not that popular nowadays. Getting it? So, when you are inviting work from another CA, when you are responding to tenders and inquiries, or while advertising through a write-up, getting it? If at all you are providing false information knowingly, means here you are providing false information not to the committees, not to the ICAI, not to the disciplinary director. You are not providing to them. You are providing false information to others while inviting the work, which means it's business related misconduct, correct? It's business activity misconduct, correct? So all business activity related misconducts are covered under schedule 1. While providing service to the client, I did something wrong. I did not comply with some standard. I did not comply with some auditing standard. I did not comply with some law regulation. That all comes under schedule 2. The way I practice my business, the way I practice, how I use my firm name, with whom I can form a partnership firm, how can I share profits, with whom I can share profits, how can I advertise, can I accept a company audit or not, if at all I am accepting, to whom I should communicate. All these are related to what? The way you are practicing. The way you are practicing business affairs. Your firm business affairs. Even this is also, while you are inviting work from others, no, you are giving false promises. You are giving false information while inviting work from others to get that work. Indirectly, business practice. What is it actually called as? Business practice. Giving false information out of business practice comes under schedule number 1. Agreed? Now, that comes under the last clause in general misconduct. That comes under last clause in general misconduct. Professional misconduct, that is applicable generally to all the members. That's what the meaning. Clear? All of you. So this clause applies whether representation is made in, whether the misrepresentation is documented or otherwise, even by acts. Getting it? Suppose if the false information is to ICAI, clause number 3 only, that is also. But part number 2, schedule number 2. Here false information, there also false information. Here false information is given to clients while getting work. Prospective clients. There you are giving false information to the institute, committees, disciplinary director, like that. If you are not complying with the CA Act, clause number 1. If you are not complying with the requirements of the committee, clause number 2. Not giving information to the committee, clause number 2, part number 3. Understood? All of you. I think now we completed 3 clauses here. We completed parallelly 4 clauses there. Now one revision I'll do. Very simple. It will be over. Now clause number 1, part number 3, schedule number 1, dealing with professional misconduct, whether by a CA in practice or a member in service. Clause number 1, you are not an FCA but are presenting yourself as a fellow chartered accountant treated as guilty of professional misconduct under clause number 1, part number 3. 2, clause number 2, failing to supply information called by ICAI, committees, disciplinary, appellate authority, quality review board. Peer review board is not covered, you see. Why? Committee means what? Peer review board is included. Various committees of ICAI means what? 44, 45 committees are there. Accounting standard board, auditing standard board, tax audit board, peer review board, all were covered there. Getting it? Committees covers all that. Quality review board is not an ICAI committee. Quality review board is an outside body. Quality review board is an outside body of ICAI. That is not part of ICAI. Information called by quality review board, appellate authority, disciplinary director, disciplinary committee, board of discipline, ICAI, council, committees, institute. Getting it? If any of them you fail to supply information or not complying with their requirements, it's part 1. Sorry, it's a part 3, schedule 1, clause number 2. Giving false information to them. Schedule 2, clause number 3. Giving false information to not ICAI, to somebody else. Clause number 3, part number 3, schedule number 1. So part number schedule 1 you should derive logically. Remember, always you should derive it logically. Only clause numbers you are supposed to remember. Worst case, okay, part number. Schedule number always you should derive logically. Are you getting it? That's how we have to store it. Next. See, here no, it is something easy to store because sentences are small. This technique will not apply in auditing standard. This will not apply in auditing standard because here the content is small. Limited content, so easy. We can define it with a single heading. The matters also can be drafted with the heading itself. You can draft on your own, not an issue. Most of the meaning can be derived. Now part number 2 of schedule number 2. 4 clauses it has. Clause number 1, what is it? By the way, again we'll come back in the same order. Clause number 4, some theft, cash theft. Yes or no? In the part 1 also there is a clause which is dealing with client money. But there the issue is you are not keeping it in a separate bank. Just now we completed clause number 3, giving false information to the institute, committees, all that. Clause number 1, not complying with the act, not complying with the guidelines, not complying with the regulations. Clause number 2, not applicable to practicing people, applicable to employee who breached confidentiality. Now I think to some extent remembrance is improved. Yes or no? Once at the end of all the clauses, no, I will repeat. Fully I will repeat. That time you will get much more clarity. Clear? Now you see, we have completed 2 parts in 2 schedules. We have completed 2 parts in 2 schedules. Typically speaking, in second schedule, 2 parts is over. Yes or no? In the first schedule, 2 parts is over. What is left in first schedule? Part 1 and 2. Let us complete part 2 exclusively for service. Very simple. While getting the job, I should not pay to somebody. Getting it? I should not pay somebody while getting the job. After getting the job, I should not cheat my employer by taking money from somebody, leaking my employer's information. Correct? Leaking employer's information. That is why now here first one is what? For getting job you should not share. First you should get a job. Correct? So a member in service is prohibited to share any of his profits, remuneration, emoluments, whatever he is receiving, he should not share to others. That is the first clause. Correct? sharing to others in first class. So logically what? First you should get a job, right? So in order to get a particular employment, you should not bribe anybody to get. Generally in employment, no bribe will be paid once we get the employment, once we receive the salary, monthly we will pay them. Job consulting firms. Okay, you got the job, very good. Now you are in a key role in the company. You have to authorize various purchase vouchers, vendors, all that. You should not take kickbacks. You should not take kickbacks. Clause number 2 dealing with that only. A member in service who is in employment shall not accept any profits or share or commission, by whatever name you call it as, from the suppliers or vendors, service providers of the employer. Agreed? From the employers, service providers, you cannot take. But you know, for a CA in practice, providing audit service to a company, CA in practice, providing audit service to the company. If the client is asking the CA, sir, I want some internal auditor, please recommend. I went to my friend, I said, hey, Macha, I cannot do internal audit because it's prohibited. Can you do internal audit? This much fee they'll pay, give me 10% commission. I went and took a commission from a fellow member. That is permitted for practicing people. That is permitted for practicing people. Why? I am a principal to principal relation, one-to-one relationship. I can have my own terms. But as an employee, you have to be honest with the employer. By definition, you are an employee, you are an agent of the employer. Contract of agency, agent should be complete, honest and truthful to the principal. Correct? So, an employee who is taking referral fee, commission from lawyers, you know, whoever he recommend to their employer, there if at all he is taking referral fee, commission, kickback, whatever name you call, that is prohibited because you are taking unauthorizedly. That is prohibited. Whereas CA, it's an industry practice. Even the client knows that this fellow will charge referral fee. That's an implied assumption. So that's not guilty. Whereas a member, if at all in service, did that for the employer, it's guilty. Clear? Clause number 1. For getting the job, I should not share profits from my emoluments, whatever I'm receiving from the salary, whatever I'm getting. At the same time, I should not derive any benefit in the form of kickbacks. I should not derive any benefit in the form of kickbacks. Getting it? Now, understood the concept, right? You have to read that matter later. You have to read the clause so that the technical terminology will be stored. What is that second clause? Can you read louder? Got it. A member of service is treated as guilty of professional misconduct if he accepts or agree to accept any fees, commission, brokerage from chartered accountant, lawyer, or any engineer or architecture, whatever it is, yes or no, for providing services to the employer organization. Within brackets, kickbacks is called as what? Kickbacks. Yes or no? So that is not permitted. Clause number 1, can you read that? Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, are you done with that until now? Yes or no? So a member in service pays or agrees to pay, allows or agrees to allow any part of his emoluments that he is getting from the company, from the employer, to others, is treated as guilty of professional misconduct. However, can I share to my family members and all? That's logical. That's an exception. Understood? So we completed in the professional ethics 3 parts of first schedule, 2 parts of second schedule. Hardly half an hour we spent. Another 1 hour we'll complete part 1, part 1 both, and will memorize once as a whole. You see how why you will forget. Because I intentionally did this exercise because I also want to remember. And again I'm telling you, I will forget after 2 days. Why? Don't test you will forget. That's okay. You will forget, obviously. Day before exam you will study, na? Yes or no? That intense revision is enough. In between, before you are forgetting, that's a common phenomena. Even I won't remember. Just now you saw. It's a common phenomena. That's very common. But whenever we are reading, we should revise intensely so that the memory, chances of remembering will be very high. And day before exam, you revise, right? Tomorrow, if you ask me a question, I'll try to remember. And I will also explain you how to derive the clause number slowly. Like sometimes we don't remember. If you suddenly ask me, I won't remember. But if you give me 1 minute time, I'll try to recollect. I'll try to structureize my memory. Getting it? Then I will retrieve it. It will be stored. Retrieval is only difficult. Getting it stored in your mind. So how to retrieve that? We will practice that. All of you? Yes. We'll take a break and get back and finish part number 1. Council guidelines over. Ethics is over. Okay. That's it. And also 1 minute. So let's begin part 1, schedule 1. Professional misconduct for CS in practice. In that, the first point is saying a chartered accountant in practice is deemed to be guilty of misconduct if at all he allows any other person to practice in his name. This is what branch provision, right? This is what even branch provision says. If at all you are allowing somebody else to practice in your name, nothing but if your name is being used at some other office which is not belonging to you, then you are treated as guilty. However, your name can be used by somebody if at all he is a partner of the firm, if at all he is a employee of the firm. They both are only allowed. That is what branch office provisions also say. If at all you want to say something is a branch, it must have a separate CA in charge. Either he must be associated with you as a partner or as an employee. Somebody who is not a partner of the firm, not an employee of the firm, who is not a member of the institute, is not allowed to use your name to practice. So in your name, either you can practice, your employee can practice, or your partner can practice. Nothing but here, name means what? Firm name, most importantly. If at all auditor doesn't have firm, then individual name. If auditor has a firm, then firm name you can constitute. You're getting it? Then you are prohibited to share profits to non-members. You are prohibited to share profits to non-members, like your profit of the profession, whatever the profession you're running, from that any profit is there, you cannot share to somebody. Somebody does not include relatives and friends, by the way. I can happily share my profits to my relatives and friends. That's not an issue. But I cannot share it to somebody. Like, what does it mean? Why are you sharing it to somebody? Are you sharing it to procure the work? Are you sharing it for advertisement? Are you sharing it for solicitation, commission, bribe? What? For what reason? Don't share to others. That's why, to avoid this, you should not share your profits of the firm to somebody. However, you can share it to another member of the institute as a referral fee. You can pay, no problem at all. To another partner you can pay, to a retired partner you can pay, legal representative of the deceased partner you can pay, or a member of professional body, CS Institute, CAA, Bar Council, IIA, Indian Institute of Actuaries and Architects. Getting it? So to all of them you can share. Not just that, you can also share fees. You can also share your profits to another person having recognized qualifications. Qualification list is bigger. Therefore, we can take this. Instead of body list, you can take qualification list. So BTech, Architect, LLB, MBA, BE, Actuary, CMA, only with these people you can share profit. Which means, suppose if any of them referred you work, they're asking referral fee, you can happily pay, no problem. You can happily pay referral fee to any of them. You can pay referral fee to your previous partner, retired partner. You can pay referral fee, profit share to deceased partner's representative. No problem at all. So see, payment to legal representatives of deceased partner, payment to legal representatives of deceased partner, we can pay either in 2 types. Ad hoc amount or monthly amount. Why we are paying is because of goodwill. Why are we paying? Because of the goodwill of the previous partner. That's nothing but previous partner's share. It is a share of goodwill. If at all I settle at a time to the legal representative, over. If not, maybe as per the partnership deed, on a monthly basis we will be paying. What about a sole proprietor? What about a sole proprietor? A sole proprietary firm. Can they pay share of profit to previous proprietor representative? On a monthly basis, you cannot. If you want to sell, suppose I am a representative. I'm a representative of the sole proprietor. And the proprietor died, expired. And he is having a firm. Now that firm name can be used. The name can be continued even if at all he is not there. Provided you have to transfer that firm goodwill to another member of the institute within 1 year. Within how many? 1 year. Get permission of the institute, transfer the firm name to another member, another fellow member or another CA. Transfer him. He will use the firm name and continue. For that you can charge lump sum goodwill. For that you can charge lump sum goodwill. But you cannot transfer firm name to another person and ask a monthly share. No, that is not permitted. Sale of goodwill is permitted. Receiving proportionate of profit is not permitted in case of sole proprietary concern. Whereas receiving monthly payment is permitted for representative of a partner who is deceased in the partnership form. Understood? Now the sale of goodwill must be happened. What are the conditions? Death of the proprietor is honor after 1998. Only that case is enough. This is already long back the provision came. So you need not discuss about before 1998, after 1998, all that you need not. So permission, first get a permission from the institute that you are transferring goodwill. So sale, no, you must complete up within 1 year. Until this 1 year, no, institute will not remove the name of the firm. But member name will be removed because he died. Removal of member. A person who is dead, that name will be removed. But firm name will not be removed from the ICAI database of firms. Until 1 year they'll wait. Suppose if at all there is a dispute regarding legal heir. Who is the heir? There is a dispute. Then until the dispute gets resolved, until that date institute will wait. From that date 1 year time. From the dispute resolution date 1 year time. That much time institute should keep the firm name in validity, existence. Just any formality, fees and all that and all they have to pay, they will pay. Clear? That's clause number 2 over. Clear or not? Clause number 3. Clause number 2 says what? You should not pay any share to others. Same way, you should not accept any profits from others. Kickbacks. Kickbacks are not allowed. Kickbacks are not allowed. Suppose a company is, I am the auditor of a company. I know another company which is actually supplying raw material that is useful for this company. The company asked me, sir, since you are having familiar relationship with them, if possible, can you negotiate some discount? They asked. Okay, since both are interested to me, both are like important clients to me, I will negotiate with them and give you a best dealing with them. I negotiated and I made sure that the company supplied raw material at discounted price. Now this company is paying me some commission out of it. Prohibited. That is prohibited. Referral fee you can take from another members. You can take share of profit. You can take commission. You can take referral fee only from the following. You can take only from the following. Who are they? If at all you are taking it from a partner, retired partner, legal representative of, legal representative of the deceased partner, member of another professional body, or a person having recognized qualification, from them you can take referral fee. Now you are taking from your client referral fee. No, that is not permitted. You are not a broker. Are you getting the point? So here that comes under brokerage service. Altogether different domain. Whereas within the profession, with the fellow professionals, I can have this. No problem at all. You are not damaging the dignity of the profession, because among your professionals you are settling. Within yourself you may have different terms. That's not an issue. But from the client, from another client, for example, this example you take, this is not permitted. Are you getting the point? All of you. From the client, you must only get, see, if at all this is permitted, now I can settle contract which creates a self-interest, which is a business relationship prohibited under Companies Act. Business relationship means what? Any sort of relationship other than profession of audit. Other than audit and assurance service, if I have any other relationship, that's a business relationship. Agreed or not? So if I arrange for this client another supplier and get a commission out of it, is that a business relationship or not? This is prohibited. Clear? Next. Okay, clause number 1 says you should not allow somebody to practice in your name. Good. Clause number 2 says maybe cleverly, without practicing, without allowing somebody, you may give somebody the money and then get the work done. That is also not permitted. Third clause, don't accept money from somebody. Fourth clause, your clause number 1 is dealing with don't allow your name. Can I form partnership with others? Firm can I form? I will not allow him. That's okay. Can I form a partnership firm with others? That is also not permitted. Can I form a partnership firm with a non-member? Can I do that? Not permitted. So clause number 4 is dealing with forming an organization with non-members. That is not permitted. You can form with another CA, or you can form with another member of professional body. You can form with another member having recognized qualification, or with another person who is having equivalent qualification to ICAI. With these people you can form partnership firm, no problem. That is permitted. Multidisciplinary firm is permitted by ICAI. But as of now, guidelines were not yet issued. That is what guidelines, as since right now multidisciplinary firm is not permitted because guidelines in this regard are not yet issued. As of now we don't know. See, it's like as of now it is not possible to form a multidisciplinary because until other professions also come with this concept. Yes or no? Even CMA profession should agree that. Now here you see, you can form partnership with a person having recognized qualification. What is recognized qualification? CS, CMA, LLB, architect, engineer, BTech, yes or no, BE, Bachelor of Engineering. These are all the recognized professions. Architect and actuary, all these were covered. These are all recognized. With them you can form a partnership firm, no problem at all. Under Companies Act, your firm will be appointed as an auditor only if majority are CAs and having COP. In Companies Act also, it is not saying all the partners must be CA. It only says majority must be CAs. So multidisciplinary firm is allowed under Companies Act to be acting as an auditor. Even in the professional ethics clause number 4 permitted expressly, you can form partnership with other professions. That is permitted. Just that since guidelines were not available, at this moment let us not permit. That is the concern. Clear? All of you. Then not only that, we have clause number 12. Clause number 12. In this order only you should read. Fine. Clause number 1 is what? Clause number 1 says a CA is not permitted to allow another member, a non-member to use his name. Clause number 4, okay, I will not allow to use my name. Can I form a partnership firm and then let him use? No. Clause number 12 says you should not allow another member to sign on your behalf. You should not allow another member to sign on your behalf. See, these clauses and all were not drafted in one night. Whenever a situation comes, that time the clause is added. That is the reason why there is a little bit vagueness. See, they can entirely describe one clause. What CA cannot do in a one clause, they can describe all the cases. Instead of that, the fellow who is drafting would have added it as another clause whenever the situation comes. You are getting the point? A CA is prohibited. A CA is treated as guilty if he allows to sign on his behalf somebody. Who should be that somebody? See, generally in my firm, no, who can sign any audit report, assurance report? Any partner can sign, provided that partner must be member of the institute. So the partner must be member of the institute, must have COP, and he must be a partner for sure. He is a member having COP, he is a partner. So just like how I have as a partner with COP rights, he also have same rights. He can sign, no problem. But have another partner who does not have COP. Without COP, how come you practice? How come you allow him to sign? First of all, he cannot practice, and you allowed him to sign. Moreover, in spite you don't have practice. That is not permitted. Suppose I allowed somebody is in practice. He's in practice. He's a member, but I allowed him to sign, but he's not my partner. If at all my firm-related works are there, the only firm representatives can sign. Whatever works firm has accepted, only firm representatives can sign. Who are representatives of the firm? Partners. That too, which partners can sign? CA with the COP. Only they can sign. So, if at all any of the work that your firm has accepted engagement, that work should be signed only by nothing but who can be engagement partner. That's it. This clause number 12 is asking. This clause number 12 is addressing who can be engagement partner. The engagement partner must be the partner of the firm having COP He must be the engagement partner. Only engagement partner can sign the reports that are given under the, standards on auditing, where the reports are given for audit, review, assurance, related services. Any report, only you can sign. Partner of the firm only can sign. Engagement partner only can sign. Agreed? Others cannot sign. Who is not an engagement partner? Who is not an engagement partner? He is just a partner but not having COP. Or he is a partner but not a member of the CA Institute. These cannot be signed. So, if a non-member is signing, or member only signing but not in practice, or a person who is not a partner. So, in simple 3 conditions. He must be the member of the institute, he must be having COP, he must be a partner of the firm. Only then they can sign on behalf of your firm. That's it. Logical or not? However, some documents are there which does not involve opinion, which does not constitute a report, which does not constitute an attestation, which does not constitute a certification. There are some reports, there are some documents, they are not reports, they are not opinions, they are not conclusions, they are not certifications, they are not attestations. Then what are they? Routine documents, correspondence, cash verification memos, records received memos. Getting it? Working paper signatures. That and all anybody can sign on behalf of your firm. Your articles can sign, your paid assistants can sign. That's not an issue. Which you should not sign? That document which is a final outcome of that work. The document which is generally the final outcome of the work. That document only engagement partner can sign. Easy. Can we conclude that like this? Yes or no? So, issues of audit queries, asking information from the client, letter forwarding observations, initiating vouching, all that, carrying routine correspondence with the client, issuing a memorandum for cash verification, stock verification, issuing acknowledgement for records received. Like client, we asked for records, they gave records. Client is asking to sign memo. I sign it, anybody can sign it, no problem. Because that is not the final report. Na? In audit, final report is audit report. In assurance, final report is assurance report. In a stock certificate, the stock certificate is a final report. Final ultimate report deliverable is there, an ultimate deliverable. That only a partner shall sign. Are you clear? Even letter of weakness shall also be signed by the partner, because letter of weakness also come within the definition of deliverable. Come within the purview of deliverable. Are you getting it? Engagement partner only generally signs what? Letter of weakness. Engagement letter also comes within the meaning of deliverable. Deliverables to the client, only the partner shall sign. Who is a CA having COP. Anything that is not coming within the meaning of deliverables to the clients, deliverables to the client, it can be signed by anybody on behalf of the firm. Simple logic. I think I explained better than in my regular classes point. Revision has this advantage, because like this I can't give in a regular class in a simplest way. They don't understand. That's it. Fine. Next. Also the council, that's okay. I think all the points have been clear. So clause number 12 over, understood? Then clause number 11, I'll come back to it later. Clause number 10. Then clause number 10. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. What is clause number 1? Allowing a non-member to practice in your firm name or your personal name. Clause number 2. Allows or agree to allow, pay or agree to pay any share of profits to a non-member. You are treated as guilty of professional misconduct. Exception: you can pay to a you can pay to another CA in practice, nothing but another member of the institute, or you can pay to you can pay to current partner, you can pay to retired partner, you can pay to legal representative of the deceased partner, you can pay to a member of recognized professional body, you can pay to you can pay to a member having recognized professional qualification. To them you can pay. Now further, can I accept any share of profit from others? That is also not permitted. However, you can accept from a partner, from another CA in practice, from a person having recognized qualification, from a person having from a person of member of recognized body. From these you can accept. Same whatever, wherever you can share, from there you can accept also, not an issue. Getting the point? Then clause number 4. Can I form partnership with anybody? You cannot. The moment you take up CA, COP, you must be in full-time practice. When you are in full-time practice, there is only one firm you can form. And in that firm, the partners must be only these fellows, either CA or a member, CA with the COP, or a CA without COP, nothing but member of the institute, or he must be a member having recognized qualification, or he must be a member from recognized body, or he must be a member of some other institute which is considered as equivalent to ICAI, like England and Wales. Yes or no? With them you can form, no problem. With them only you can form partnership. With others can I form? Sir, I want to form a partnership with one partnership firm which is dealing with trading in steel, iron and steel. Can I form? You are not. If you want to form, get permission under clause number 11. Because that amounts to engagement in additional occupation. So get a permission under clause number 11 and form. If institute give clause number 11 permission, deemed permission under clause number 4. Are you clear? Next, clause number 12. So you said others shall not use my name. You told I cannot form partnership with others also, clause number 4. You are mentioning me, don't even let others to sign on by behalf, clause number 12. Clause number 10. Do not accept fees as a percentage of profits or contingency in nature. As a contingency in nature. When you are rendering any services, you see, a CA is treated as guilty if he charges, accepts in respect of professional employment the fees which is based on percentage of a profit or which is contingent upon findings, results of such employment. Based on findings or results, if at all you are taking contingency fee, that is prohibited. As a percentage of profit also, you are prohibited to take up the remuneration. Correct? However, percentage of profit, remuneration which is contingent, you can charge in the following cases. Many a times they may ask this question. Under what circumstances acceptance of fees as a percentage of activity, or percentage of outcome, under what circumstances CA can charge? If you are a receiver or liquidator, you can charge. Auditor of a cooperative society can charge. Recent May 24 MTP or somewhere it is there. An auditor of a cooperative society can charge remuneration as a percentage of income of the society. In case of valuer for the purpose of direct taxes, indirect taxes, the fees may be charged as a percentage of property valued. Remember, we can only provide valuation services on financial assets only. We cannot provide valuation services on plant and machinery. We cannot provide valuation services on equipment, property, plant and equipment. Simply property, plant, equipment. You cannot provide. You can only provide valuation on financial assets. Getting it? Even stock valuation you can't do. Stock audit you can do. Stock audit means it's about existence of the stock. Value generally will be realized value, workings will be there, that you will take and then give. If at all value is doubtful, you will take help of an expert and then do it. You cannot value the market value. Can I value the stock? Is it possible for me? I don't have technical competence. There is a coal company, there is a lignite company, some lignite corporation is there, so much of lignite storage is there. How can I value? Do I have that competence? Simple logic. And in case of management consultancy services like energy audit, environmental audit, internal audit, staff recruitment services, in all these cases, you can take as a percentage of the benefit given to the company. No problem. In these cases, you can take. For fundraising, suppose if a CA is also a director in an underwriting company, getting it? Investment banking company. Their investment banker will get fundraised as a percentage. That is permitted. Or you are doing fundraising services for the company, just fundraising. You are not auditor of the company. See, remember, whenever you are reading, don't confuse with the role of the CA. Just to see the provision, can a CA charge like this or not? That's it. Are you auditor of the company or not? Ethics is not talking about. If at all you are the auditor, that is again a different interpretation. Many students confuse in ethics because they always link with company audit chapter. That's the reason. Can I take remuneration as a percentage of loan obtained for the company? You can take, because that's a fundraising activity. You can absolutely charge as a percentage of loan obtained. You negotiated with the banker, you convinced with the banker, you presented the company true picture. By the way, here you cannot put a false picture. That's again a different thing. If at all with respect to the company projections, everything, even though the assumptions are not reasonable, you certified 3400 prospective financial information falsely. That's a different provision altogether. Correct? That's wrong certification. That's a different provision. That's a different consequence. So you certified projections, you spoke to the bankers, you negotiated, and finally, the banker gave you the loan, and you pass a percentage of that loan, you are getting some fee. You can take it, no problem. Are you getting it? But here this, since I brought this discussion, I'll tell you 1 minute clarification. Can I provide a fundraising service and share of profit for fundraising in an assurance report service? It's like suppose a client specifically called me to provide assurance on PFI. To provide assurance on PFI. The same company is asking, sir, you only find a banker, get us the loan. Self-interest threat is there. I will not do that. Whether legally there or not, self-interest threat is there. I will not do that, because to an assurance client, how can I provide fundraising service? And that too, I am charging fees as a percentage of fund raised. Direct conflict of interest. So I will not do. Another CA company approached. There already one CA gave PFI all this, sir, certified and all over. Can you negotiate fundraising and all? Can you do? He can do. You're getting the point. So he can get. So in case of certain fundraising services, the fees may be as a percentage of funds raised. Remember, it all depends upon the circumstances. In case of debt recovery, the fees may be as a percentage of debt recovered. In case of cost optimization, the fees can be as a percentage of benefit given to the client. Any other service or any other service or audit as may be. For example, you are acting as an insolvency professional, or you are providing non-assurance services to non-audit clients. Recently in May 2024 exam, it was asked. Non-assurance services provided to non-audit clients. This itself is enough. This itself is enough to prove the intention of this section. Just now I told this example. You are providing assurance report to them. He's an assurance client. To them, can you provide non-audit service and take a fees as a percentage of profit? No. That's the logic. Suppose he's not an assurance client. I'm not giving an assurance to him, and I'm providing some activity services, some non-audit services. Can I take fees as a percentage of the benefit given? Yes. Are you getting it? Now, there is a question in the last attempt, May 24, I guess. There is a question on some tax representation. The CA is reducing the demand liability. The income tax demand has been reduced. Income tax demand is reduced to some extent. Like I will directly show that particular answer. I think that's better. When we are discussing previously, the suggested answer was not there. Just a minute. Yeah, this is the question. This is the question. May 24, Kumar, a practicing CA, is well known in the field of pleading income tax cases at income tax tribunal. And does not provide any assurance service. Considering the long standing, remember, he does not provide any assurance. Considering the long standing, he approached by the company to file an appeal in the tribunal against the income tax department for rupees 10 crore, which was added by CIT appeals, and to plead on behalf of XYZ, CA Kumar offers to accept the fees as below: 5 lakhs or 10% of the demand reduced, whichever is higher. Comment whether he is correct or not. So what are they saying? He will not be held as guilty. Why? Because representation, he's actually doing what? Representational service. He's doing what? Representational. And only a CA in practice can do that. That is first point. 2, is he providing any assurance to the client? No. He is dealing a tax query belonging to the client. Some tax issue is settling by providing representation between the department and client. So he is negotiating with the department and then somehow reducing the demand. For that, he is taking as a percentage of either demand reduced or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. The provision clause number 11 you see, providing non-audit services to non-assurance. This was a recent clarification given in 2021. Earlier this clarification was not there. Earlier, before 2021, this clarification was not there. Earlier they used to consider this, since it is not given under the exception list clearly. Earlier the answer is considered to be guilty. Later, when the provision was amended at last, finally, insolvency professional, non-audit services to non-assurance clients. For a non-assurance client means what? I am not providing any assurance service to them. So to them, I am providing which service again? Non-audit service. Non-audit means what? I am not giving any audit assurance. No, nothing. Income tax representation is a non-audit service. And the information clearly given saying that it is not a assurance engagement. So he will not be held guilty under clause number 10. So regulation 192 allows CA in practice to charge fees in respect of any professional work of which is percentage profit or contingent upon findings. In the case of non-assurance service to non-audit client, the fees may be as a percentage of demand. In the given case, CA is practicing an audit, provides non-assurance service. He is approached by XYZ, a non-audit client, to file an appeal in the tribunal. So CA Kumar offers to charge whichever is higher. Therefore, he is not guilty. So he is not providing any assurance services to non-audit client. He is not providing any assurance service to non-audit client. Clear? All of you. Earlier, before 2021, before that guidelines came, typically this particular, whatever the point is there, is applicable only from the financial year 20 to 23 onwards. Before that, this clarification is not there. Earlier, we used to interpret the same situation as guilty. Earlier, you are not, because that was not given specifically under the exception. We used to consider this as guilty. Now later they give whether this case will come under that case or not. Non-assurance service to non-audit client, whether it will come or not, benefit of doubt is there. Recently with this question, it was cleared. You're getting the point? Honestly, until this question suggested answer comes, we are also doubtful. Whether do they bring another logic and say it is guilty? We are 90% certain that it's a non-assurance service to non-audit client, but we little bit some uncertainty is there whether they will bring some other logic and say, since it's a practicing related work, only CA in practice can do. It is not something other professionals cannot do. You are using unduly your capacity and then charging. That logic can be argued, right? That the person suggested answer, he can argue that logic also and say that no, it is not permitted. You see, in exception, whatever services are there in exceptions, whatever, wherever you can charge as a percentage of fee, fund, whatever it is, these are the services not restricted to CS, you see. Yes or no? These are all exceptions. Where and all you can charge as a percentage of profit or contingent in nature. The services which are covered under exception, where you can charge like this, those services, it is not only CS can perform, anybody can perform. Correct? So income tax representation cases, technically anybody can perform. Not necessarily be CA, but in some cases at appellate level, CA or advocate, any of them can perform. On that logic, I can interpret and I can give this answer. I'm just telling you in how many ways the logics are coming. You're getting it? Entire professional ethics, I can tell you 5% to 10% vagueness is there. If at all somebody says professional ethics 100%, I'll give you clarity, don't believe. It's not there. It's not possible. I'm just telling you the counter argument. I'm telling you to this question, I'll give a counter argument, say this is wrong, and I'll prove it. You're getting my point. So there are some questions where it is debatable. For example, there is another question. A CA shall not do investment advisory services. Agreed? You are prohibited to do investment advisory services. Why? What is investment advisory service? You are establishing one organization, providing investment advices to others, and then you are getting some remuneration. This comes under additional occupation, correct? But in one of the ethical standard board guidelines says, a CA can be equity research analyst, can give suggestions to his friends and relatives, for which he may be charging a fees. That is permitted. Why not this is investment advisory service? Is this not an investment advisory service? In one of the MTP it was there. In one of the MTP, it was there. Commodity derivatives, stock derivatives and all, you need to obtain permission. Commodity derivatives, Trading in commodity derivatives, I think somewhere there is a relaxation on that. You're getting it. Don't worry, when I come there, I will explain those confusing points. I hope this point you're clear, right? We'll discuss that. Okay. Are you clear on this? So, clause number 10 over, clear? Then, clause number 11. So, one, they are saying, don't allow somebody to use your name. Clause number 2, don't give profits to another person other than recognized. Don't accept from another person. Don't form partnership with others. Don't allow somebody to practice in idiom. Don't charge fees as a percentage of profit or contingents except the some cases. Then final, this one, do not engage in other activity. If you want to have practice, if you are with COP, only work you must have is COP. COP related work only you must have. Other occupation you cannot. If at all you are taking other occupation, how come you make yourself professionally competent with respect to audit services? So in order to protect quality of the work, what institute is saying, don't engage in some other occupation. Give full-time dedication to practice. However, there are some activities which you can take up. They will not affect your competence. So these activities generally considered as not affecting competence of the CA. What activities? Employment under another CA in practice. You can owning an agricultural land and carrying out agriculture activity. Doing agriculture is a constitutional right. For that, why should you obtain any permission and all? So it's a constitutional right. Yes or no? Agriculture. With respect to agriculture, no law can touch unless through constitution. Agriculture income was exempted by constitution, not under income tax section 10. Taxes can be levied on income except agriculture income, entry number 82 or something, some number is there. So in the constitution itself, there is an exclusion. Income tax also giving, and specifically they are giving exception. But of course, they are collecting through another way tax on that aggregation concept, that too for individuals and all. That's a different scenario. So I'm just telling. Next, you are acting as a recovery consultant, debt recovery services. Debt recovery services, it doesn't require any permission. Generally, if this question is asked, if this particular question is asked, 99% think that's an additional occupation, requires special permission. Here in the CA did not get the permission, so guilty. They will write like this because they will read all this. They will remember attending classes is permitted, teaching less than 25 hours permitted, all that they will observe. This point they will not make an observation. This point, debt recovery. You can act as a recovery consultant in banking sector. You can be getting it. Acting as surveyor or loss assessor under Insurance Act. Acting as surveyor or loss assessor. Generally, if a car met with an accident, so I need to go and check what is the accident, what happened, how much is the loss, so that I will give a report to the insurance company. They will release funds to the policy holder. That work is called as what? Surveyor, assessor. Editorship of professional journal. Professional journal is permitted. Retail journals not permitted. Professional journal means what? Those journals which are distributed among the professionals. Getting it? Professional means what? Me or my fellow professionals. That's it. These are all for career development, content development for that reason. Like all of us, knowledge development, knowledge sharing. Retail journals, that is commercial in nature. That is not permitted. So retail journals, somewhere it is there. Editorship of journals other than professional journals. If they are retail journals, Dalal Street Journal, Wall Street Journal, there and all, I am giving some advisories, articles and all. That comes under additional occupation. That comes under additional occupation which requires special permission. Next, valuation of papers, paper setter, head examiner, moderator, observer, whatever. Examination, you can act as any of this. You can do part-time tutorship under coaching organization of the institute, ICAI. In the ICAI, can you teach? For that you require permission. ICAI only are calling you. Why permission again? Yes or no? Next, acting as notary, justice of peace, special magistrate, like this. We don't even know what are they. Leave it. Honorary office leadership of charitable education and other non-commercial organization, you can act as a leader. Remember, honorary office of leadership, you are only taking up as a leadership, chairman. You are not actively engaged in that. Holding acting as an MLA, I mean competing for MLA, MLC, MPs, all that, and holding those posts, permitted by default, permitted. They're all constitutionally permitted. Attending classes and appearing any examination. I'm a CA in practice. I'm attending coaching classes for some additional courses. You can, no permission is required. Holding life insurance agency license is prohibited, because life insurance agency is required only for whom? Only for who are selling policies. Sir, here I sold policies long ago. I sold policies long ago. Now whatever policies I sold long ago, right, they're all renewing. On the renewal, no, I will get commission again. For getting that commission, I must hold the business. Agency I must hold. No, agency is not permitted. Sir, I will not do new business. Whatever renewal business is, that commission I will get if I have this license. For that purpose, can I hold? You can hold for that purpose. Getting the point. Authorship of books and articles, not retail reports. Books and articles you can. Novels and all you can't. Commercial novels, fiction books, no. You can write income tax guide, CA guide, all that you can write. Yes or no? Who will not read? Nobody will read. That's it. Are you clear? Now, these people are super clever. See, generally, I should either tell you what you should do or what you should not do. Any one line I should tell you to avoid confusion. They told what you should not do, what you should do, both. How come? See, if I say these are the activities does not require permission, remaining all of the requires. Correct, right? Over clever. Requirement for special permission or prior permission, they gave this list. Remember, this list is inclusive. Whereas permission automatic, no permission is required, right? This is exhaustive. Understood? This is exhaustive. Only these services don't require permission. What about them? Only these require permission? No. These are just an inclusive list. Any other activity that does not come under general permission route requires permission. Are you clear? Now you see clause number 4. I should not have partnership with others, right? I should not have clause number 11, engagement in business. I should not have another business, right? Suppose I am a partner in one partnership firm, which is a trading concern, trading manufacturing concern. I am a partner in the partnership firm. Clause number 4 violated or not? Clause number 4 violated or not? But here I became a partner by not forming it, by devolution, by succession, by inheritance. I got this. I did not form with them. Clause number 4 will not apply. Clause number 4, when it will apply, if you form with non-members. I did not form here. They took me. You are getting the point. I became a partner by inheritance. Whatever it is, in a partnership form and sole proprietary concern, if at all you are having ownership, it is very difficult to prove whether you are engaging in occupation or not engaging in occupation. Is difficult to prove. By default, in a partnership form, partner means active partner. Well, people thinks. By default, if you are a proprietor, they think you are an active proprietor. That by default is an additional occupation. Correct? Now, can I have a share of profit in a partnership firm which is a trading manufacturing concern? Can I be a sole proprietor in a trading concern? You can be. Condition number 1, that ownership you got how? Through succession, inheritance, or devolution. Getting it? Through succession you got, simple. By inheritance you got. You must prove the institute. You are not actively engaged in any activity. Then they will give you permission to have the ownership itself. See, you should not form partnership with others, right? Can I be a sleeping partner? You might get a doubt. No. Clause number 4 does not say active partner, sleeping partner. No. Clause number 4 straight away says you cannot form partnership with others. Sir, but here I have a partnership. No. Get a permission of the institute. Institute will not give permission unless you give proof that you are not actively engaged in that. That is what interest in family business concern. This is where many students have doubts. This point they will get confusion always. This one, and for that, member in practice in a HUF business, member in practice in HUF business. There are 2 points. These two are interrelated. Have you seen this earlier? Edo padichittum sir, edo gnavilla. So member in practice in HUF business or any sole proprietary, a member of the institute can acquire interest in family business, like in a proprietary partnership, all that. It is necessary to provide evidence that interest in the business is devolved on him as an inheritance, succession, partition of the family business, and he was not actively engaged. Only this and all he has to prove. Then he can hold that ownership. For holding ownership also proving required, which means permission is required even for holding ownership in a proprietary concern, in a partnership form, or in a HUF. You are getting the point? Or of you? So can I get interest in family business concern? Yes, you have to. You can get, provided no active part is taken. You have to get permission even for getting interest. Even for ownership in that you must need permission. Forget about you working or not. For ownership itself you must get. Provided institute will give permission when you actively not engaged. There are some cases where they will give you permission for actively engaging also. Very simple. Permission I should not engage in other occupation means what? You must not have ownership in proprietary concern. You must not have ownership in partnership firm. You must not have ownership in HUF. Simple. You must not have ownership anywhere. Proprietary concern, partnership firm, HUF. Tell me, is there any other way I can have ownership in another entity? Company. In a company you can be a shareholder. You buy any shares, no problem. You're not a director. Being a shareholder in company is permitted, because shareholder by definition is not executive. Correct? That's why company form is not covered here. Whereas HUF is covered, partnership firm is covered, sole proprietary concern is covered. In that ownership means you are engaged in occupation by default. How you got the ownership? I don't matter. It doesn't bother me. It is not permitted. However, only one thing is permitted where you can have a ownership. Through inheritance you got. That is permitted. Logic clear? All of you? Then what are all where you require permission? Full-time employment. Employment in business concern. You want to work as an employee in some business concern, you need permission. Full-time employment in non-business concern also, you require permission. Simply you want to take up some employment along with COP, permission you should get. Office of MD or whole-time director. You want to hold MD, managing director or whole-time, because these two are the directors who are treated as executive directors. These are the two directors who are treated as executive. Sir, a company is appointing me as an independent director, sir. Do I need permission of the institute? No need. Only for whole time and executive director, managing director, you require permission. Sir, I want to have ownership in education institution. Suppose, take my case. I have ownership in Shrestha. I have specific permission. You're getting the point. Part-time, full-time lectureship other than institute. Like, if at all you want to take up lecture as a lecturer in ICAI, you're permitted automatically. Sir, I want to take in some institute like KS Academy, A&M classes, something like that. Getting it? Is it permitted? You need to take a permission. Provided coaching number of hours in a week shall not exceed 25 hours. Can I be editor of other journals? No. Any other business or occupation which council feels necessary, there and all you require special permission. Very simple. This logic you remember. Do I have ownership in some other entity? Other entity can be proprietary concern, partnership firm, or HUF or LLP, whatever. Company you can have, because there it is, just because you're owner in the company, you're not participating in the company. So the company you can have, but remaining three, the moment you have ownership, people think you're participating. Requires permission. Are you getting it? I say generally will give permission when, if at all, that ownership is getting through inheritance, succession. Clear? Clause number 11 is over predominantly. Clause number 11 is over. Confident all of you? Yes. Yes. Then clause number 9. Then clause number 9. So clause number 9, what it says? It is telling something like this. Actually, this clause technically supposed to be scheduled to part 1, because the third part is affected here. Generally, it is supposed to be scheduled to part 1. But mistake they did. They kept in schedule 1 part 1. You are prohibited to accept audit of a company without complying with provisions of Companies Act. Forget about Companies Act, company audit. For every audit we need to check, right? Are we liable to check for every audit eligibility? Otherwise what will happen? It amounts to violation of SQC. Acceptance and continuation of client relation, you have violated without checking ethical requirements, you accepted. It amounts to violation of SQC. When it amounts to violation of SQC, in my regular class, I will not explain this point generally, because by the time we discuss ethics, we don't discuss standards topic. Correct, right? SQC we have not discussed. That's why that time I will not cover this point. I will cover this in revision generally. Fine. So, suppose a client appointed me as a tax auditor. I accepted without checking anything negligently. Where I am punishable? Where I am punishable? I am violating SQC. SQC is a requirement of Auditing and Assurance Standard Board. Auditing and Assurance Standard Board is a requirement of a committee. Committee requirement, failure to comply with the requirements of the committee. Clause number 2, part number 3, schedule number 1. I can correlate like that. You're getting it? Here narrowly they covered only company. Suppose a company approached you to accept the audit. It is your responsibility to give acceptance after checking compliance with 139, 140, 139. Appointment, reappointment, resignation, appointment, reappointment, rotation, casual vacancy, branch audit, all the provisions you need to check. You need to check who is the previous auditor, why he was not reappointed, is there any auditor resigned, is there any auditor removed. 141, qualifications and disqualifications. 142, whether they fixed remuneration properly. So without checking these conditions, these sections, if you accept audit of a company, which audit? Obviously stat audit. 139 means obviously external audit. If you accept audit of a company without checking this, you are treated as guilty. Are you getting it? Like, what do you mean by, like, what indirectly what the section is asking, what the clause is asking? Before you accept any appointment, see whether your appointment was valid first of all. When an appointment is valid, suppose if previous auditor was removed by central government. Previous auditor was removed by central government. They were removed by obtaining special permission from the central government and a special resolution passed. It resulted in casual vacancy. Now the casual vacancy can be filled by board of directors within 30 days. See whether I was appointed within 30 days. If at all I was not appointed within 30 days, within 90 days. No. If at all board of directors fails to appoint within 30 days in case of casual vacancy, directly normal provisions of ROC, some provisions were given in that. The guidance note on that will apply. The guidelines will apply on that. Generally, we will not go up to that level. We will backdate and appoint. Correct? We will backdate and appoint. We will pay late filing fee. Simple. So we will backdate and appoint. Fine. So we need to check if previous auditor was resigned, removed, or I am appointed under rotation. If so, what provisions I should check? I should ensure that previous auditor removal was proper. After checking thoroughly all the provisions management followed correctly or not, only I should give acceptance. Before I give acceptance, again I should check my own thing, integrity of the client, competence, ethical requirements, all that I should also check. Apart from that, I should check whether client appointed me correctly or not. That is what this section says. That is what this clause number 9 says. In this clause number 9, you have a detailed discussion in board book. Almost 7-8 pages discussion is there. There where they are talking about, suppose if previous auditor was removed by central government before expiry of the term, what points you should check? If you are appointed as a first auditor of a government company, what points you should check before accepting? If you are appointed as a subsequent auditor for government company, what you should check? If you are appointed as a first auditor for non-government company, what you should check? Subsequent auditor for non-government company, what points you should check? Appointed under casual vacancy other than resignation, you were appointed to fill it, what you have to check? They appointed you to fill casual vacancy due to resignation, what you have to do? You are appointed under rotation, what you have to do? Like that, so many combinations they explained, which is completely dealing with provisions of Companies Act, where everywhere it will say verify that, verify that, verify that, verify that. That's it. Are you getting it? You need to read that entire content which is given in the ICAI study material, which is 2023 edition. These are the page numbers, not that important from exam point of view. Are you clear? Next, clause number 9 is also over. 9, 10, 11, 1, 2, 3, 4, over total. Next. Yeah, you can clap, no issue. Then so then another 20 minutes probably I can complete this. 20 minutes to 30 minutes. Then another half an hour to 40 minutes I'll complete. Half an hour it like scheduled to part 1. Then I'll revise completely. Then council guidelines, important guidelines I'll tell. Over. Ethics will be over. Regulatory measures I'm not covering. Self-regulatory measures I'm not covering. You know, right? Self-regulatory measures. Hey, what happened? You didn't study that. எல்லாரும் எப்படின்னா கோயில்ல பிரசாதம் முடிஞ்சு போனா அந்த டிசப்பாயிண்ட் இருக்குமே நம்ம லாஸ்ட்ல இருக்கோம் கியூல, அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கு ஃபேஸ் எக்ஸ்பிரஷன். Shall we? Yeah. Clause number 8. Communication with previous auditor. What is it? For every audit, voluntary audit, statutory audit, non-statutory audit, tax audit, internal audit, GST audit, company audit, for every audit, if at all previously that audit was performed by another CA with COP, now that audit was given to you, it is your moral responsibility, it is your professional courtesy to get an NOC, to obtain no objection certificate from the previous auditor who held that position. So why you need to get, why you shall communicate with previous auditor, why you should communicate, you should get NOC. Why? It's a courtesy. How do you know that he was removed properly or unjustifiedly he was removed? If you don't communicate with him, tomorrow else it will happen for you. The institute is protecting your rights in so many ways. Member's right is protected, a member's work is protected, his culture is protected, his clients are protected by including all these rules. Professional courtesy, to know the reasons for change in auditor, so that you can safeguard your own interest, to protect the independence of existing accountants. Suppose client is blackmailing me, I will remove you. Okay, remove it. Next auditor has to accept. No, without my consent, how he will accept? My independence is enhanced like this. Yes or no? When making inquiry from retiring auditor, the proposed auditor should primarily find out whether there are any reasons why you should not accept the appointment. Generally, non-auditor change occurs when because the client praise changed, where a local auditor is preferred, where partner dealing with the client affairs dies, the engagement partner dies, for example. Temperament clash, when client has some other reasons to get dissatisfied, maybe client himself will dissatisfied with his work. In listed companies, audit committees monitor your work like anything. They monitor your work, whether are you working correctly or not. If not, no, they will tell your partner, no, he doesn't know anything. If partner itself doesn't know anything, they'll tell director, they don't know any work. You appointed them. Next. Now, generally, objection, previous auditor can raise what? What objection he can raise? My fees is not paid. It will not be paid. Yes or no? Fees is not paid. Generally, existence of dispute regarding fees not having paid often may be the reason for auditor getting changed. So this itself is not a valid reason. This is not, I mean, see, one more thing. What they're saying is, suppose, no, can I accept the previous auditor? Like auditor was changed, previous auditor fees was not changed. Sorry, fees was not paid. Can I reject this appointment, or he raised an objection that fees is not paid? Now, can I hold this appointment? Can I not accept this appointment? You can accept it, provided you take all your influence, you use all your influence and position and power to ensure that his fees is paid. That's what they say. However, in case of undisputed fee or undisputed audit fee not paid, what is undisputed audit fee? Suppose, no, the previous auditor billed 10 lakhs. The client is saying 6 lakhs only will pay. Why I will pay 10 lakhs for your work? 6 itself is high. So client is saying that 6 only will pay. Now in that case, 6 is undisputed, right? He is also ready to take that 6. Client is also ready to give 6. This is undisputed. Remaining 4 is disputed. Remaining 4 lakhs is under dispute. Undisputed fee, whatever is there, it must be paid. So tell, first you convince other guy, hey, first you take 6 lakhs. No, we'll discuss that 4 lakhs later. We'll that dispute, let it go. First to take that 6 lakhs. You should make sure your client prepared a demand draft or gave a check and issued to him. If at all he is not traceable, ensure that your client took a DD, purchased a DD and posted the DD to the address, firm address. Enough. That was the reason. Are you clear? Fees not paid. This itself can be asked as a 4 marks question. So, Does reply must from retiring auditor? Obviously. But by the way, how long you will wait? You will wait for a reasonable period of time. If at all you get a reply, okay, follow whatever is there in the reply. If at all you didn't receive the reply, after waiting, if reply is not obtained, after waiting reasonable period, you can accept the audit. Suppose you received reply, no objection, happily continue. Objections raised. Objections are not justified. He is saying, I didn't like this. He replaced me without my consent. So accept the engagement if the objection is unjustified. Objection is justified, reject the appointment. Correct? Now I should communicate with previous auditor, right? What is the mode of communication? Registered acknowledgement, RAPD method, registered acknowledgement, registered acknowledgement with confirmation due. Registered post acknowledgement due, RPAD, sorry. Registered post and acknowledgement due. What does it mean? Once I posted, it will be delivered only to that person upon verifying his identity. Only to them it will be given. The moment you got a delivered message, it means it is delivered only to the concerned person, not at the door. That is what RPAD method is. Suppose you sent by certificate of posting. You sent a letter by certificate of posting. Certificate of posting means what? At the door, whoever takes delivery, they can take. That cannot be a valid method. So you can send communication with previous auditor by registered post acknowledgement due. Recently, mails are also permitted. To which mail you can send? Last known mail. You see here. Acknowledgement of communication through his mail address registered with the institute or last known official mail address is permitted. Now on this, there was an MTP question. Generally, they will say reply was received from previous auditor, which was as per the company records last mail, but it is not registered with institute database. Many students, what they will write, since it is not a registered mail ID with the institute database, that reply cannot be considered. Therefore, the present auditor who accepted based on that reply is guilty. No. Last known mail ID, last known mail address. Last known mail address means what? Look at the correspondence made by the company with the previous auditor. From which mail ID he communicated last time. That can be taken, and to that you can send a mail, no problem. Sir, whether that mail is registered with ICAI or not doesn't matter. This was an RTP or MTP question in number 23 attempt. Are you clear? All of you. So generally every one of you remember this registered address. But last known mail ID, nobody will pay observation on that. And that is what tested in that particular MTP. And suppose when the post was sent, premises was found locked, it is deemed to be delivered. Or when the address itself is not found, it is deemed to be delivered. Clear? All of you. Nowadays you see in GST registration, geotagging is required. You need to tag your address. Yes or no? Geotagging is required. Why? Because in north side, so many places GST address is that cemetery, graveyards. That was given as GST address. That was given as address. When department the people went for inspection, they found this. So from that moment, you have to put geotagging. Compulsory geotagging is required. And all public places in geotagging were eliminated from that. Getting it? That's why GST registration becomes so difficult now. It is taking time. Earlier, it's as simple as if to obtain MSME certificate. Every one of you can get MSME certificate. Udyam portal, you go give details, it will give you no proof. Even it will not even ask any uploading of card. Of course, the first authentication is Aadhaar authentication. That itself is enough. Clear? Next. So that's it. Clause number 11, all of you. Sorry, clause number 8, all of you. Clear? Then we have 5, 6, 7. What the fifth clause? What is the fifth clause is saying? I am just covering only the confusing points. Mainly, where and all you will confuse. Of course, I am covering mostly, but confusing points I am highlighting more. Clause number 5. What are they saying? A CA in practice, if at all he is securing either through services of a person not an employee, or who is not a partner, by means not open to CA. See, you can secure clients, you can secure business through your partners, through your employees, or through means open for you. What are the means open for you other than clause 6, clause 7? In clause 6, they tell about certain means in which you can acquire a client. Okay, they are not permitted. Only few means, like through your relatives you can get clients, through your friends you can get clients, through another member in practice you can get, through another member of the institute you can get, or from recognized professional body members, for them you can ask the work, or some senior CS, but you can ask them the work. That and all permitted. You should not advertise. You should not solicit indirectly or indirectly by personal, whatever. The clause 6, I'll come back to it later. So, a CA, if at all securing any professional business, he shall be treated as guilty. If you are securing any business, you are guilty. However, if you are securing through an employee, if you are securing through partner, or if you are securing through means that are open to CA, that are not open to CA, you are securing. Through that mean you are securing. Through the prohibited route you are securing. Through not a partner you are securing. Through not an employee you are securing. Other than partner, other than employee, other than means open for you, you are trying to get clients. You are guilty. What are the means not open to CA? What means are not open to CA? Clause number 6, clause number 7 tells you that. Clause number 6, clause number 7 tells you in what way you should not get a client. Clause number 7 says, showing your professional attainments and getting a client, prohibited. Showing your professional attainments and getting a client is prohibited. Clause number 6, advertising is prohibited. Circulars is prohibited. Giving interviews in news channels and all where your firm name and all is displaying, prohibited. Like that they have given certain cases. Correct? Clause number 6. Let's look at directly clause number 6. A chartered accountant in practice soliciting clients, professional work by circular, advertisement, personal communication, interview, by any other means, he shall be guilty. However, this will not apply if at all you are getting work from another CA in practice, or you are securing work as a consequence of response to tender. So some company open a tender, I just reply to the tender. That is permitted, provided. Can I reply to a tender? We have some conditions. Tender you can reply only if the tender document predetermines the fees already. Fees is predetermined, means you can't influence in terms of fees. You can quote to the tender. In that case, since fees is fixed, no, the client will select based on merits only. Suppose if fees is to be negotiated, you can influence. Hey, I will do for lesser fee, why that much? You can negotiate. Getting it? Or if the professional work is not exclusively reserved for CS, means tender is there, fees and all they didn't mention. They didn't mention fees and all. But for the tender, anybody can respond. Anybody can respond. Getting the point? What is your profile? What clients you're handling? What are the things that you're handling? How much fees you're charging for this? You can give. Not only that, anybody can respond to the tender, any profession. It is not restricted to CS. Suppose if the tender document specifically is calling for CS, a CA can reply to the tender only when the fees is already determined. Are you getting it? So if a work is reserved only for CS and tender document, generally tenders and all, who will do? Government. So government generally issues tenders. In the recent May 2024 MTP, they asked something called GEM portal. They asked a question in MTP on GEM portal. It's actually government e-commerce portal. It's government e-commerce. In government, there are so many departments. Some 30 to 40 departments will be there in state government and central government departments. All these departments have to buy some goods and services, right? For their departmental needs, government needs. For that, they can buy from government e-commerce platform, e-marketplace, government e-marketplace. In that, no, the only buyer is government. Either state government or central government or their departments. Buyer is only government. Sellers can be anybody. You and me can be a seller there. You and me can be a service provider there. Can a CA in practice register as a service provider in GEM portal for providing professional services? Permitted. It is permitted. GEM portal, because the buyer is only one. The buyer is only one. That is, government is the buyer. Are you getting it? Now, there how it happens, whenever a government department looking for auditor, they will post a product. Like we are looking for auditor, you just have to click apply. Fees, everything will be predetermined. So here, procuring work is through tendering process in the GEM portal. Just that it is electronic tendering, nothing but. So can I see a register in the GEM portal? Yes. But you cannot call them and ask, please allot me the work. That's called roving inquiry. Getting it? A CA in practice is not permitted to do roving inquiry. You can register in GEM portal. You can register in RBI empanelment. You can register in societies empanelment. You can register in IRDA empanelment. You can register in, any other like multi-state cooperative societies empanelment or trust empanelment. You can register. No problem at all. But you cannot call the management of these empanelment bodies and ask for allocating the work. That is not permitted. GEM portal you can register, but you cannot call the department, respect department, allocate me work. You cannot make such a claim. Clear? All of you. So, tendering related one, GEM portal example I have covered. Getting it? They asked GEM portal, I was shocked seeing that question. Like, see, since I know this particular GEM portal related thing earlier. I saw this once. Say that I know. First of all, many don't even know GEM portal means what. That question is asked in ICAI book. I mean, this MTP. If this question comes in main exam, 99% cannot even understand this question. So it's a government e-marketplace actually, nothing but. Now, suppose a CA in practice, he can involve in private tutorship, right? Or tutorship under the institute. In both the cases, up to 25 hours in a week, you are permitted. Private tutorship means I am a private tutor. Independently, I am running. I can do that. Suppose if I am a private tutorship, a call, small coaching center I have. I cannot, I can put outside the coaching institute, signboard, all that. Now tell me, this and all outdated. This entire council guidelines were drafted in 2008. Almost when you are going to school. That time this was drafted. Getting it? So how come tell me this is relevant? No? Some provisions are not relevant. Personal canvassing or canvassing for clients of previous employer, that is not permitted. That is not permitted. People know they work in Big 4, 4-5 years. They'll come out. Already when they're working in Big 4, with the clients and all, they'll have a good rapport. And they will need extra work, That time they will contact these people. So that the client fees will be lesser and these people have some, avenues. If at all the Big 4, like the firm knows, get to know this. They can complain to ICAI that he's grabbing my client's related works without my consent. Next. This is what? Can I apply for empanelment in C&AG, RBI, IRDA, GEM portal? Yes, but you are not prohibited to, you cannot do roving inquiries. However, if at all they called and asked you, you can quote a fee. That is not a problem. If client himself approaches you, you can send a reply, profile. Getting it? Don't take list of all the clients' mail IDs. Put a BCC mail. Sending your firm profile. I am interested to become your auditor. Yours loving. Something like that. Getting it? You can't do that. Next. Can you advertise about silver, gold and platinum, century, all that? Yes, you may publish it in a normal size. It should not be glazing, colorful, front Times of India first page full. No, that is not permitted. Sponsoring activities. Can we sponsor, can CA firms, can they sponsor games and all? You can. Only those games which are organized by ICAI. ICAI has a POU, program organizing unit. They'll be organizing cricket, they'll be organizing some competition between the firms. Articles and all, they will be feeling as if they're playing IPL, they feel. Yes or no? So it's good actually, that's sportiveness, that's actually, okay. So, the t-shirts and all you can sponsor. Your firm name, everything can be given on that because it's within the fraternity, no problem, no problem. Can a member who is sponsoring CSR activities, distribution of rice bags, distribution of groceries to flood victims, you can do. You can even mention your name, CA so and so. Firm name should not be mentioned. Firm name should not be mentioned. Firm name or CA logo not to be permitted. Can a firm have a separate logo? No. Only one logo. We are all one, represented by one logo, CA logo. Right now CA logo is updated. I hope you know. CA logo with the tick India. They just added the word below India, which actually beautiful logo. Earlier logo is also beautiful, only it has some explanation which is conveying so many lies about us. Somewhere is there a logo? Where is it? That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We'll go with the flow. Now coming to website. Can you give public interviews, by the way? Absolutely. Suppose a news channel, YouTube channel called me, one YouTube channel, for example, sir, can you please talk about MSME loans and all? I can go and talk about MSME loans, what are their advantages, how to get MSME loan, all that. I cannot say that come to our firm, we will get you how to get MSME. That is not permitted. Yes. Can we do educational videos? Yes, I am doing on the YouTube educational videos, that and all, no problem. I cannot say if you have any parents or relatives who need IT filing, come to me. I cannot say that. Website, is it permitted? Yes. Pull mode, not push mode. Simple. Ramharsha, if you type, my firm website should not come. That's push mode. You're getting the point. Website name should be fully typed on the search bar. Only then it should appear. That's called pull mode. Website is working on pull mode. Getting it? And in the website, no, you can mention nature of services, experience, partners, employees and articles, when it was established, year and all you can mention. Date you cannot mention. One question is also there on the date of establishment is mentioned. What's wrong in the date? Maybe some people have numerology issues. Yes or no? So bias might be there. We don't know why date is. That question says, since the firm mentioned the date of establishment, it is guilty. Are year mention panna guilty, illa date mention panna guilty enna. Too much strict interpretation. But since that question has that answer, we should follow with that answer only. Don't apply your common sense sometimes. Next. Website address can be mentioned in the letterhead. What it should not contain, this is important. Website should not contain names of the clients and fees charged. Your website should not contain others' advertisements and all. Generally blogs, no. How bloggers will get revenue? In that blog, no, some lifestyle is advertising, some footwear companies advertising, some telephone companies advertising, Vivo phones and all advertisement will be there in the blogs. That kind in your website does not appear. It's not professional, no. Moment website opened, Vivo 1999, 111,999, some model is there, phone model. Yes or no? That and all should not be there. That's awkward, right? Actually, that's actually another occupation. Correct? It's not permitted. No other photograph other than passport size photo. Only passport size photos, Sai Baba pose. That's it. Not any other pose. Sorry. Okay. It's not like, I'm just in normal way, not in offensive way. Getting it? It should be like a Sai Baba pose means when you go to temple, you'll be like this, with bindi and all that. That pose. Only that should be there. You cannot post with the Burj Khalifa like this. You're getting it? Yeah. Next. You cannot mention rate card. That is prohibited. Rate card is prohibited. ITR 1999, ITR 3. That and all is not permitted. Next. Can we list our website on search engine? No. That is what? Pull mode only should work, not push mode. Then, now this is like, there are so many websites like Clear Tax, Your Accountant, Taxman. In all these cases, they provide, talk to an expert. Some chat option will be there. You click on the talk to an expert, talk to CA, talk to my CA. Like there are some websites like this. You click on that, you put your query, other side a CA will reply. Can we provide those services who are in practice? Absolutely yes, you can provide, provided your firm name is not revealed. Your firm name is not revealed. That's what this entire discussion. Clear all of you? Except making a statement that they are chartered accountants, their firm details, contact details, nothing should be given. Next. Then that's it. Clause number 6 over. Then clause number 7. Date of setting up of practice. You should not, it is not permitted. Here it is given. In 1980 it was given in the website. In 1980 website is for the first time. Who will have website in 1980? Only Google has website. Yes or no? Date of setting up of practice, date of establishment of firm on the letterhead and document should not be mentioned. There is a case also on that. However, year can be mentioned. See, by the way, clause number 7 is what actually you cannot mention professional attainments, all India first rank, all India 5th rank in websites and all. Getting it? When you are inviting work from others, you cannot describe your professional attainments. Solve the complex case of so-and-so client? No, you cannot. Services offered. A member is treated as guilty if at all he advertises services offered, uses any designation other than chartered accountancy. This we already discussed under section number 7. There, section 7, it is clause number 7. In that some important things only I'll tell. Can we mention qualification? This was asked somewhere in 2022 November, this question. Specifically, it was asked. You know, a member is permitted to mention title on their visiting card to indicate membership of foreign institute which is recognized by council. You can indicate membership of foreign bodies. You can mention membership of foreign bodies if those foreign institutes are recognized by council. Now, council has recognized some 3 bodies. What are they? Institute of Chartered Accountants, South African Institute of Chartered Accountant, Ireland CPA, and England and Wales, that CA. Only these 3 are recognized by council till date. Only these 3 memberships you can mention it along in your name, beside your name in the visiting cards. Remaining you cannot mention. So this question was asked. The members are permitted to mention a title on their visiting cards to indicate membership of Foreign Institute of Accountancy, which has been recognized by the council. Clear? Only these 3, South African, Ireland, England and Wales. Only these 3 are permitted. Remaining it is not permitted. The question is like they gave a visiting card. 2 visiting cards they gave. Which visiting card is proper, they asked. RTB, MTB, main question, I'm not sure. It was asked. That's a kind of question which is asked. Next. QR code on visiting card is permitted, absolutely. But by scanning the QR code, only that details, only those details that generally appear on visiting card, only they should be reflected. Can I use electronic media like members may appear on television, films, internet and agree to broadcast in the radio, give lectures at forum and may give names and describe themselves as chartered accountants. Firm name may also be mentioned. However, claims that is not exaggerated claims or any claims that are promotional in nature, that is not permitted. Somewhere in the clause 6, TV credits, television credits, movie credits, special thanks to, like that in movies you will get, no, that and all we can give. Just that it is not, it is just like the name is appearing just like any other name, that's it. Conferences, you are permitted to attend conference and speak, no problem. Just that reference to firm should not be given. You can describe yourself as a chartered accountant, no problem. Next. You cannot use the word, you cannot use well-known form. You see ICAI, you go to ICAI, starting notice board will be there. In that so many letterheads will be there. A well-known firm is looking for articles, it will say. Many. A reputed firm is looking for articles, it will say. But since it is within the professional, within the fraternity, no problem. Success in articles, success of articles. Suppose my article got all India first rank. I didn't do anything. He got. But I am advertising. I am advertising, for example, that is not permitted. Seminars you can attend. I mean, you can give lectures in seminars and all. You can write articles. You can use signboards. Getting it? Glow signs not permitted. Glow signs not permitted. Can we mention your firm? I mean, your details in the prospectus and all? You must. Like here, what they say is, it should not advertise any professional attainments. It should not amount to any solicitation. That alone you ensure. Company said our auditors are so and so. Brief statement of facts only they mention. Just facts they mention. It does not amount to any solicitation like that. Yes or no? We are proud of our auditor. That should not be like that. Getting it? Next. Directorship in a company. That's okay, not that required. Common CA logo. So many lies. The green logo indicates, signifies growth, prosperity, harmony, freshness. Yes or no? Blue indicates knowledge, integrity, trust, truth, stability, depth. What? You are all asking important questions. Bulk SMS not permitted. Bulk SMS, I hope you know, you will get messages, no bulk SMS. Offers available like that. That one. That's it. Entire part number 1 is over. Clear? Second schedule. So in that clause number 1, part number 1. Second schedule is dealing with those misconducts which are severe in nature, where a third party interest is generally affected. Prohibition on disclosure of information pertaining to client. Nothing but SCA is treated as guilty if it discloses information relating to client to any third party. However, it does not apply if at all consent is obtained or if it is required under law. this confidentiality requirement will apply even after completion of the engagement. Consent from whom you should apply in case of proprietor, in case of proprietor consent, proprietor, in case of partnership from the partner, in case of a company, board of directors power. If see whether board of directors can give this consent or any managing director can give this consent. Accordingly, whoever is having authorization power, from them you should get the consent. Are you clear? Working papers. Can I show working papers to others? Working papers are property of the auditor. Yes or no? SQC1, you are not obliged to show working papers to others. Nobody can compel you. At your interest, at your discretion, you can show to others. Members liability for unlawful act in case of client. Suppose client has done something unlawful, some non-compliance with laws and regulations. What is the member's liability in this regard? A CA is not bound to disclose income tax authorities about taxation fraud committed by him, committed by client, which he came to know during the course. He is not bound by disclosing. A CA in practice is not bound by disclose in case of the work, like whatever he get to know. However, if it comes under a NOCLAR, if it comes under NOCLAR purview, where you have to give it, where there is a requirement in the law that you have to report, then you have to report. Are you getting it? Generally, if there is no such requirement to report, you can still maintain that confidentiality of the client. The law says you are like a barrister, especially when you are dealing with income tax authorities. The representational service you are dealing with income tax authorities is like an advocate service, barrister service. Accordingly, Indian Evidence Act 126 section protection applies, where you can maintain how a lawyer maintain client details secretly, the same way CA can maintain his client mistakes, everything secretly. Are you clear? Now, in the barrister law as well as here also, if at all client committed new fraud again, there it will not be. There Evidence Act protection will not apply. If a new fraud is newly committed, freshly again, still in the course of proceeding, for that Barrister Act provision, protection will not apply. There you are duty bound to disclose. If the other party, there is a requirement for you to disclose. Are you clear? In case of representational service, you are just a third party between the department and the client. You are neither biased to them nor biased to the client. You can be neutral. If you want to ignore something, you can ignore something. If you want to consider something, you can consider something. Absolute discretion is given to you. Are you getting it? Next. Suppression of facts in the past IT returns. Yeah, suppose client intentionally suppressed some past facts and all in IT return. When you are dealing with the representation service, you got to know. When you are dealing with that services, when you are providing some tax related service, you discover the suppression made by client. You can still support your client, no problem, because you are just a representative here. Suppose unintentionally something was suppressed, it was now discovered. In the course of income tax proceeding, investigation is going on. You are investigating complete affairs of the client so that you can present the case better to the department. At the time you discovered some unintentional suppressions. That is client choice. Like here what they say, CAP may disclose to tax authorities, they may say. They may disclose. It's not compulsory. Remember here, whatever lines they gave right, whatever points they gave right, they were based upon big case laws, where so much of discussion happened. In that last 3 lines, some discussion judgment they copied and pasted here, where we don't understand exactly the full facts of the case. Are you getting it? So can I take this as a hard and fast rule? No. This is just a guideline. That's it, a basic. So in a real case, what should be done? We need to look at the facts and circumstances of the case, requirement in the law, all that you need to look into. Further, suppose I discovered mistakes in the client IT records which was earlier certified by me. Now tell me, here I have 560 requirement. I must insist on the client to rectify the books of accounts. Yes or no? The member shall advise the client to make a complete disclosure. If client refuses, withdraw from the authority, inform that the books of accounts are unreliable. Why here I'm reacting severely? Because I certified them. If they were discovered now, if those incomes were discovered now, material amounts they were discovered now, I request clients to record it as a prior period item, because I am certifying the client records. Getting it? Suppression related to current period, you must give a full disclosure. If at all client is not giving, you either withdraw or give a modified report. Suppose employment of the member is dispensed before the accounts are completed or reported. Like you were removed from the position of auditor. Later you got in about client some suppression. What's duty for you? You're already not an auditor. You're already not any consultant to the client. No duty at all. Easy. Don't interpret too much in this, because they are a summary of various judgments. We don't know in what light of the judgment they gave this conclusion. So brief understanding is enough. Then a CA is prohibited. A CA is deemed to be guilty if he certifies or reports on financials which are not examined by him, which are not examined by the partner, which are not examined by employee, which are not examined by another CA in practice. Another CA. For example, exception, joint audit. In case of joint audit financials, even though you have not audited major portion, you can still sign the audit report that they are true and fair by relying upon joint auditor. So, in order you to certify any financial statements, he certifies or reports on financials. If at all you have to certify, either you have to verify that, your partner should have verified that, or employee should have been verified that. Without verifying by your firm, you cannot certify. If you certify that like that, it's a gross negligence under clause number 7. Yes or no? Generally when clause number 2 applies, most of the times clause number 7 also apply. When generally clause number 2 apply, clause number 7. Like suppose you verified entire financials, just 1 or 2 elements missed. That's not gross negligence. That's a normal negligence. You didn't verify itself properly, carelessly you signed. That's a gross negligence. Are you clear? Yeah, next. Yeah. So, clause number 3, what it says? A CA is deemed to be guilty if he allow or permits his name or firm name on a report that is dealing with the earnings estimate which is contingent upon future transactions. You are prohibited to sign projections, you are prohibited to sign forecast, you are prohibited to sign earnings estimate unless you clearly indicate in the report source of the information, basis of forecast and assumptions, and you mention the fact that you did not vouch the accuracy. These are the requirements in 3400 also, reporting requirements in 3400 also. What auditor has to state in the assurance report on prospective information? He should state that these are all based upon assumptions. He should say that if the assumptions are altered, this can be altered. You should say that you have not verified the accuracy. You should state that the actual outcome may be substantially different from the projection given here. The discrepancy will be material. You should say that. Yes or no? So the council has opined that same opinion would also apply to projections made on the basis of hypothetical assumption, about the future, that are not necessarily expected to take place, as long as the auditor does not vouch the accuracy of the projection. A CA, he has signed the projected statements of various individuals without verifying basic documents. So therefore, he is guilty of professional misconduct because he is not verifying anything. He is allowing somebody to sign that projections. Yes or no? So he is guilty of gross negligence. Moreover, he is guilty of gross negligence. We'll discuss various clauses and tell you how interlinking will apply. Then clause number 4. A CA is treated as guilty if he express opinion on financial statements of the business in which he or his firm or partner has a substantial interest. In a business entity where you are having, or your partner, your relative, if any of you are having, actually here relative is not covered. In the clause, relative is not covered, but relative is covered in council guidelines separately. Relative is covered in council guidelines separately. We have in council guidelines that point separately. You cannot certify accounts of an entity in which your relative has a substantial interest. You cannot certify accounts of an entity where you or your partner has a substantial, or your firm has a substantial interest. So, if at all is expressing opinion on financials of the businesses or entities in which they are having substantial interest. No, forget about substantial. Even if I have normal interest, that is also prohibited. Because in Companies Act, you should not have even single share. Yes or no? The above will equally apply for all attest functions. The objective is to protect independence of mind. All attest functions, assurance functions, you cannot attest, you cannot sign if at all you are having any interest. And can you do audit of a college where you are working as a lecturer? No. No, you cannot. You cannot be an auditor of the college where you are working as a lecturer. You cannot accept the audit of a trust where your partner or employee or a trust is a trustee. I mean, sir, very simple. You cannot do audit of a trust where your partner is a trustee or where your employee is a trustee. Getting it? Or maybe your partner is either employee of the trust or your partner is a trustee of the trust. Vice versa, both you can take. You're getting it. Very simple. My partner is a trustee. In that trust, no, you cannot accept the audit. My partner is working as an employee. Straight away prohibited. Self-interest threat, self-review threat. Yes or no? It is not permissible for a member to undertake assignment of certification wherein client is a relative of the member. Remember, these are all inclusive. Whenever we are discussing these examples, these are all only inclusive. Look at the intention of the law. Look at the intention of the law. Even if you're firm employee, if they are trustees in the trust, then also you can take this interpretation. Nothing wrong. In Companies Act, you have a provision. If a partner is an employee of the company, indirect relationship is also covered. Same way here also, suppose your firm has an employee, he is a trustee in one trust, you should not do audit. Technically, no, it creates an impact. It affects obviously some sort of independence, not just partner. Here they are saying for partner only, but for employee also it will work according to me. Getting it? But of course, I don't think they'll test that level. Members shall not write books of accounts of the clients. Members shall not write books of accounts of the clients. Suppose you recently worked as a director in a company. And withdrawn. Up to 2 years, you cannot accept the audit of the same company. Self-review threat to be avoided. For a period of 2 years, you cannot accept the audit of the same entity where you recently completed as a director. That's it. So clause 1, 2, 3, 4. What are they? Clause 1. A CA is treated as guilty if at all he discloses information pertaining to the client without the consult of the client or without there's a requirement under the law. Clause number 2. A CA is treated as guilty of professional misconduct if he certifies reports on financials which are not examined by his firm. By his firm means what? Partner, employee, or himself. Yes or no? Now, clause number 3. A CA is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if at all he signs, if at all he allows his firm name or his name to deal with a report that is dealing with earnings estimate. Clause number 4. You cannot certify accounts of a business or entity in which you, your partner, or your firm has substantial interest. Further, council guidelines says if your relative has substantial interest also, you cannot sign. Correct? Further, they have given some clarifications. Sir, what about a trustee? I am a trustee in a trust. Can I sign that? No. My partner is a trustee, sir. Can I sign? No. Clear? Sir, I am an employee in the trust. Obviously, you cannot sign. Clear? Clause number 5. A CA shall be deemed to be guilty of misconduct if he fails to disclose a material fact known to him which is not disclosed in financial statements in accordance with applicable financial reporting framework. As per applicable framework, some contingent liability should be disclosed. That is not disclosed, and CA knows it already. The CA knows that it is not disclosed, but he failed to report that. When I know that company omitted some important disclosure, non-disclosure is a material misstatement, yes or no? Non-disclosure is a material misstatement. If there is a material misstatement discovered by me, I should give a modified opinion, but I didn't give like that. I am treated as guilty. Now you see, if the failure is on the part of a member who is in employment and that information is not meant for any outside authorities, then it shall not be treated as guilty. This is about internal computations that to employees. For them, this provision will not apply. That's what they're saying. Internal circulation purpose, if at all they're doing, this will not apply. This, don't interpret much on this. Okay. Next, clause number 6. Clause number 5, clause number 6, both are same only. Clause number 6. A CA shall be deemed to be guilty if he fails to report a material misstatement in financials known to him. Material misstatement means what? Amount, classification, presentation, disclosure. Disclosure means what? Misstatement. Non-disclosure, inadequate disclosure, both. Correct? Anyhow, misstatement, clause number 6 is addressing everything, right? Why clause number 5? Now, clause number 6 also, known to him. Remember, in both these clauses, you know that there is a material misstatement. You know that there is a non-disclosure of important fact. You failed to report that. Then you are treated as guilty. Are you clear? Generally, when clause number 2, what is clause number 2? Without examining, you are signing. Without examining, you are signing. Who is not examining? You didn't examine. Your partner didn't examine. Your employee didn't examine. You signed. That's carelessness. You signed a report. You gave a certificate or report on financial statements without examining it. It may be a gross negligence or it may be a normal negligence. Suppose if it is I mean, like CS signed without verifying anything, so carelessly and recklessly, then it comes under clause number 7 also, gross negligence. Then clause number 3, what is it? Earnings estimate. You cannot associate with earnings estimate. Their gross negligence may not come. Suppose no, earnings estimate you signed, where the earnings estimate disclosed assumptions and all, but you didn't verify reasonableness of the assumption. You didn't verify reasonableness of the assumption. Out of hurry, you signed the assumption without even verifying reasonableness of the assumption, out of some hurry. Getting it? It again comes under gross negligence. Then clause number 4, you signed financial statements of the entity where you are having substantial interest, or your partner is having substantial, or your relative is having substantial interest, then you are treated as guilty, right? Their gross negligence, clause number 7, link may not apply. You are getting the point. Clause number 5, there is a material fact which is not disclosed, and I know that, but I didn't report it. Why you didn't report? Maybe out of hurry you compiled the report and gave it without analyzing the entire summary of findings. You didn't analyze and gave report just like that. That may be a situation of gross negligence. When gross negligence, I can say whatever duty you are supposed to do as per auditing standard or as per guidance note, something that you are supposed to do, you didn't do. You're getting the point? Carelessness is involved. Carelessness is appeared in that. So you're treated as what? Guilty of gross negligence. Clause number 6 says what? You failed to report a material misstatement known to you in the financial statements. Then you are treated as guilty. Clause number 7 understood? A CA shall be treated as guilty of misconduct if he does not exercise due diligence or or he's grossly negligent. They have given some examples. Please read these examples later. Please read these examples later. Clause number 8. A CA shall be deemed to be guilty if he fails to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence which is necessary for expression of opinion. Clause number 2 also same only, na? That's why in the clause number 2 below or clause number 3 below, when that point came, 8 and 7 also referred. When clause number 2 applies, what is clause number 2? You failed to you certified or reported on financials not examined. Not examined means what? You didn't verify, you didn't obtain sufficient appropriate evidence. When clause number 2 applies, most of the times clause number 8 also applies. So, like, sir, can I quote all these 3 clauses? Suppose 2, 8, 7 applicable as per my choice. Sir, can I quote all the 3? You can quote, but don't quote continuously. Quote clause 2, clause 3, clause 2, clause 6, clause 7, clause 8, like that. Clearly, like how to present, especially ethics related answer. Read the question. Read the question. Heading you should put. For ethics alone, this presentation you follow. Heading. Non-compliance, or else you can say professional misconduct under clause number 2, clause number 6, clause number 7, clause number 8, like that. Now, a CA in practice is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct under dash. I'll just show you. A CA is treated as guilty of professional misconduct. A CA in practice is treated as professional misconduct under clause number 2, clause number 7, clause number 8. Getting it? What is clause number 2? A CA is treated as guilty of professional misconduct if he reported, certified or reported on financial statements not examined by him or partner or employee. Yes or no? Clause number 7, fails to exercise due diligence or grossly negligent in performance of professional duty. Clause number 8, a CA reported on financial statements without obtaining sufficient and appropriate audit evidence. He is treated as guilty. A CA is treated as guilty of professional misconduct under clause number 2, clause number 7, clause number 8. Actually here 1A is, let us assume this is a question, this is a border. Getting it? So you will give heading professional misconduct under clause number 2, clause number 7, clause number 8 of part number 1 of schedule number 2. You should write full forms always. Yes or no? So now here you can put a side heading. Here you can put a side heading. You can put a side heading like this. What side heading? Relevant discussion. Relevant discussion under code of ethics. Code of ethics. You should always underline. And further, you should underline key matters not examined by him. Failed to exercise due diligence or grossly negligent without obtaining sufficient appropriate. In every line, keyword you must underline. In presentation, when you are presenting, underline. Remember, make the examiner job easy. Getting it? He must understand your answer so comfortably. Make sure he understands your answer comfortably. You should always think of an unknown person valuing your paper who is not familiar with your writing. Getting it? So make his job simple. Now, analysis and conclusion. Analysis and conclusion. You should write analysis and conclusions in detailed. In the given case, the CA has certified the financial statements without obtaining sufficient appropriate evidence, without examining either by his partner or by his firm or by himself. He certified the financials. Hence, it is treated as grossly negligent, and therefore he is treated as guilty of professional misconduct under the above clauses. Or you can write he is treated as guilty. Now you are writing treated as guilty, right? Highlight that. And analysis you are writing, analysis you should mention. In the analysis you should mention that CA has not exercised due diligence or grossly negligent, does not obtain sufficient appropriate evidence. CAP does not obtain sufficient, underline that. Treated as guilty, underline that. So by only looking at what you underlined, I must figure out what answer you wrote. In that case, examiner may not read the entire answer sometimes. Examiners were also given discretionary valuation power also. Generally, scheme of valuation they should follow. In scheme of valuation, no, they will have marks weightage allocation like this. For example, if the suggested answer is like this, allocation will be for quoting clause number 2, 1 mark. For closing clause number 7, 1 mark. For quoting clause number 8, 1 mark. For giving analysis and conclusion, 2 marks. Within this 2 marks, analysis 1 mark, conclusion that you are giving 1 mark. 5 marks like this. If any 1 point or 2 points you missed, getting the point, you will not get. Are you clear? There, see, the problem comes, the weightage issue will come in, one scenario. Suppose suggested answer contained that clause reference, but your answer is not there. In your answer, suppose you missed to include, you forgot to include clause number 8 here because you thought it is not examined scenario. You only refer these two. But what I always tell is, whenever clause 2 is applicable, clause 8 also you refer, because both are dealing with the same. When clause 5 is applicable, material fact known to you, not disclosed in financials. Material fact known to you, not disclosed in financials. That's nothing but a material misstatement. In such a case, that is clause 6 also applicable. When you think clause 5 is applicable, write about clause 6 also, no problem. See, if you write an extra clause, examiner doesn't know this is right or wrong, so he will ignore that. Whatever is relevant only he will take. Suppose if you missed a clause, and if at all suggested answer contains that clause extra also, then you will lose a mark. For writing an extra point, you will not lose the mark. For not writing the relevant point, you will lose the mark. You are getting the point. Now, in the suggested answer, whether they referred about clause number 8 or not, we don't know. So, when there is a conflict like this, multiple clauses apply, quote all the multiple clauses and relevant provision. Just mere mentioning clause number alone will not give you marks. You should mention that clause also. Are you clear? Understood how to score in ethics? All the clauses you should mention. If at all that particular clause is not relevant, he will not consider. Because you write an extra point, he will not, reduce any mark. He don't have that power. You're getting it? Even if you write 3 pages irrelevant answer, he must value it. He must read every line, he must value that. That's it. Remember one more thing, examiners are paid very 150 rupees only for paper valuation, 120, 150 rupees. Writing, valuing a correct answer is easy than valuing a wrong answer. Correct answer is matching with suggested answer, easy for me. But when you're writing some wrong answer, some other analysis you are giving, the examiner don't have that knowledge. Remember that. If I give you CA Foundation statistics paper, will you evaluate? You qualified foundation, na? Don't say, sir, I'm coming from direct entry. Example I'm telling. Getting it? If I give you a foundation paper, statistics paper, you passed foundation, does it mean I can assume that you know very well foundation? Does it mean I know, I conclude that you know alternative answers in statistics? No. Examiner CA qualified 5 years before. That's one of the requirement. Completed 4 years of post qualification experience to become a valuationer. Not engaged in teaching. He should not engage in teaching activities to the CA students. Only then he is eligible for to become a valuer. Means examiner suttama knowledge irukudadu. Correct? So examiner should not have knowledge at all. So that's a requirement. Fine. So you know what? ICAI is conducting exam for examiners. If I have to become a paper valuer, it is conducting exam where you must score some 60-70 marks. Those exams are so kevalama irukum the questions. Anybody can qualify. That kind of questions. So examiner is not that competent, remember. So if you write additional point, no problem. If you do not write relevant point and wrote alternate, for you it is alternate. For him it doesn't know anything. He will consider your alternative answer as a wrong answer unless that alternative answer is presented in the scheme of valuation. Clear? And what is the possibility of your own beautiful assumption presented as alternative answer in the key suggested answer or scheme of valuation? The possibility is very low. Because our students will take unreasonable assumptions. Next. One student so cleverly wrote one paper like, is it in accordance with FEMA? That's a question actually. I saw that answer. If it is as per the FEMA law, then it is right. If it is not in accordance with FEMA law, then it is wrong. So the auditor has to check, the CA has to check whether such an act is in accordance with the requirements of the FEMA or not. In the absence of contrary, it can be considered as valid. See, he didn't write any answer. Their provision is expected. This fellow is not writing provision and articulating so cleverly. Next. Clause number 8 over, all of you. Then clause number 9. Clause number 9. A CA shall be treated as guilty if he failed to comply with GAP. GAP means what? Auditing standards, you failed to comply. SQC, you failed to comply. Just I told SQC. If SQC is failed to comply, you can directly apply clause number 9. And in one of the attempts, November 22 or May 23 attempt, they have asked one question on this point. You know, there is a company which approached, listed company approached one audit firm where their peer review certificate was cancelled. And this firm has accepted the audit without even a peer review certificate. Comment in light of CA Act. They said this is the question. Always remember when you're reading the question, look at the last. Are they saying anything like Code of Ethics, CA Act in the context of ethical requirement? Then only ethics chapter will apply. Many students, they didn't observe that line. They wrote peer review certificate cancellation provision. Because that time we have a chapter called peer review. So that time they wrote everyone that answer. Comment in light of CA Act, they said. So here in entire Code of Ethics, where this peer review concept is discussed under clause number 9. Under clause number 9, getting a peer review certificate is a generally accepted auditing principle. It's an general audit practice. Getting it, only a firm having peer review certificate can accept audit of listed entity. So they linked this clause with this point. You're getting the point? Then that's it. Over. Clause number 10 is what? A CA, any amount received from client must be kept in separate bank account and shall be utilized for the same purpose. For short duration, where advance is received against a service, like you're receiving remuneration advance, that you need not. Money received for expenses which is to be spent within a reasonably short time, no need to put in separate bank. Money is received in his capacity as a trustee, executive liquidator, it must be put in separate bank account. Getting it? Some observations? That's it, easy. Next. Now, relating to money received from client, we have seen part number 2, last clause. Embezzlement or theft. Clear? Okay. So shall we do revision of these clauses? Yes. Right now, just now we covered this. Part number 1, schedule number 2. Part number 1, schedule number 2. Clause number 1. A CA in practice is treated as guilty of professional misconduct if he disclosing information belonging to the client to others without permission of the client, or when there is no requirement under, or when there is a requirement under law, you can disclose. Then clause number 2. A CA in practice is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he reports or certifies financial statements that are not examined by him or his partner or his firm. Clause number 3, a CA in practice is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he signs an earnings estimate. However, this guilty will not apply if at all sources of information is given, assumptions used is given, and the fact that he has not vouched the accuracy of the information, then he is not treated as guilty. Clause number 4, a CA's practice is prohibited to sign, report financial statements of a business or entity where himself or his partner or his firm having substantial interest. If at all relative is having, then council guidelines says it is guilty. Then clause number 5, a material fact is not disclosed in the financials and you know that and you failed to report it, you are treated as guilty. A material misstatement is there in the financial statements and you know that you failed to report it, guilty under clause number 6. You failed to exercise skill, care, diligence, you failed to exercise due diligence or grossly negligent, clause number 7. You failed to, clause number 8, sufficient appropriate evidence is not obtained and you reported on the financials without obtaining evidence, you are treated as guilty. Clause number 9, gap. If CA in practice deemed to be guilty if at all he fails to comply with the gap while rendering the services, yes or no. Clause number 10, any money received by CA in practice from the client should be kept in the separate bank account. Failure to do so is treated as guilty of professional misconduct. However, you need not keep in separate bank account if advance is received for so and so and remuneration, or if the amount is to be spent in reasonable period. Further, a liquidator, if a CA is acting as a liquidator, trustee, receiver, he must always keep the amount in separate bank account. Clear? Then schedule 2, schedule 2 has 4 clauses. Schedule 2 part 2 has 4 clauses. Clause number 1, that is linked with the original one. So clause number 1, not complying with the act, not complying with the regulations made there under. Getting it? Suppose if you are not complying with the requirements of the ICAI, not complying with the requirements of the ICAI committees, disciplinary directorate, quality board, requirements you are not complying. Schedule 1. Requirements not complied can be for members in practice or may not be for not in practice, which means part number 3. Inside that, clause number 2. Clause number 2 is dealing with what? Fails to give the information, fails to comply with their requirements. You are violating act itself. Then schedule 2 offense, clause number 1. Then clause number 2, part number 2, schedule number 1. Employee breaching confidentiality. A CA who is a member in service, disclosing information pertaining to employer to third parties without the consent of the employer. Clause number 3, false information to the institute. Yes or no? Institute, committees, disciplinary committee, disciplinary directorate, all that. False information to others for getting the work. Then that is clause number 3 in part number 3 in schedule number 1, which is the last clause there. And already now in this clause number 4, already just now we discussed embezzlement and theft, over. Now third part in the schedule 2. What is the third part in schedule 2? Imprisonment for a period exceeding 6 months. Imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months. In both the cases, first clause only. Yes or no? Here it is part 4 of the schedule 1. Whereas in schedule 1, part 4, there is another clause. What is it? He is bringing disrepute in the opinion of the council. If a member in practice is bringing disrepute to the profession, then the council punish him by treating him as guilty of other misconduct. Then part 4 is over, part 3 is over. Part 2, employee is not permitted to share profits. Employee is not permitted to accept kickbacks. Now 12 clauses in part number 1. Clause number 1, a CA in practice is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he agrees to, if at all he is allowing another person to practice in his name, that member should be, if at all you are allowing, that member should be member of the institute and a partner of the firm, then no guilty. Clause number 2, a CA is treated as guilty of misconduct if at all he is allowing or agree to pay to a non-member any share of profits, then you are treated as guilty. However, you can share it to non-member, you can share it to the following: another CA in practice, another member of the institute, a partner of the firm, retired partner, legal representative of deceased partner, member of recognized professional body, member having recognized qualification. Correct? Then clause number 3, a CA in practice is prohibited to accept any share of profit from a non-member. However, from the following members, same exceptions you can accept. Now clause number 4, you are prohibited to form partnership with a non-member. You can only form partnership with the following members: another CA in practice, or a member of the institute who are not in practice, a member of the recognized professional body, member having recognized qualification, or another member of the institute which is treated as equivalent to ICAI. Then clause number 12, a CA is treated as guilty of professional misconduct if he allows another person to sign on his behalf. Signing can be done only by firm partner. Signing can only be done by CA with COP. Only engagement partner can sign. Others cannot sign. But routine correspondence can be signed by anybody. Clause number 10. A CA in practice is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if they are accepting fees as a percentage of profit or contingency upon findings. Exceptions, main important exceptions. The last one, you can accept fees as a percentage for insolvency professional service to non-assurance service to a non-audit client. You can tax. Income tax representation case May 24 attempt, I told you. Then clause number 9, a CA is treated as guilty of professional misconduct if at all he is accepting audit of a company without verifying compliance with 139, 140, 141, 142. Correct? Then clause number 8, a CA in practice is treated as guilty of professional misconduct if at all he is accepting the audit, if at all he is accepting audit which is held by previous auditor without communicating with him. Inside that mode of communication we saw. Inside that we have seen fees not paid, what has to be done. We have seen thus communication must from the retiring auditor. Then we have seen why communication is required. Professional courtesy, all that. To know the reasons, yes or no. Then clause number 5, 6, 7 is pending. Clause number 5, a CA is prohibited to secure professional business other than an employee, other than partner, by any mean other than not open to CA. What are the means not open to CA? Clause number 6, clause number 7 they deal with. Clause number 6, a CA in practice is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if he advertises through a circular, personal communication, advertisement, or any other mean, or interview or any other mean. Inside that some issues we have seen. Tenders and all we have seen. Yes or no? Tender document, website guidelines, educational videos. There are few important points. Then clause number 7. A CA in practice is deemed to be guilty of professional misconduct if at all he is securing professional business through other than partner, through advertisement of professional attainments or using designation in addition to chartered accountancy. Then in these cases you are treated as guilty of professional misconduct. Over. Yes or no? You see, now at the first I struggled, now you see this is what happens day before exam also. You don't worry about if you are not remembering day after tomorrow this clause. I will also forget tomorrow. But day before exam for sure I will read, right? I will remember. Tomorrow I will remember. Because this intense revision I did no. So I will for sure remember. After a week I will forget for sure. Maybe a glance I can remember with 90% accuracy. But if I have to struggle, little bit to recollect exactly that map. Getting it? Generally, day before exam, 1.5 day time you are having, you revise that time, you will understand, you will remember. Clear? Then council guidelines we have. Inside that council guidelines, I will only discuss with respect to few important issues. Maintenance of books of accounts. A CA in practice shall maintain books of accounts. Chapter 5 of the council guidelines. Compulsory. Whether or not you are liable under income tax law 44AA, doesn't matter. You have to maintain books of accounts because you are a CA in practice. A CA is prohibited to accept more than certain tax audit assignments. How many tax audit assignments permitted? 60 per financial year, not per assessment year. In this financial year, right now what is the financial year? 1st April 2024 to 31st March 2025. In this year, I open Udin portal. How many tax audits you signed? 60 only should come. Which assessment year doesn't matter. However, in this limit, these tax audits will not be counted. Any tax audit that has been conducted under clause number C, clause number D, clause number E of 44AB. Under 44AB, clause number C, clause number D, clause number E. These three clauses will not be. Because in these three clauses, you are doing audit because the SS is declaring income less than presumptive basis. Are you getting it? So those. Which audits are counted in 60? You are doing audit because the SSC turnover is more than 1 crore, because the SSC turnover is more than 50 lakhs in case of profession, in case of business. A and B clauses only covered within the 60 count. Are you clear? That is why in tax audit, no 3CB, you need to select the clause. Are you clear? Next, 60 per assessment. Now, 60 per financial year. Now, how the 60 will be counted in case of partnership firm? Per partner having full-time COP. Suppose if a firm is having 5 partners with full-time COP, 5 into 60, 300. Now, each partner should sign only 60 files. No, the firm can allocate the 300 among any. The choice is within the firm, no problem at all. One partner can sign all the 300 signatures, no problem. Remaining partners should not sign that time. Are you getting it? Now, the firm shall maintain a register of tax audit assignments per assessment year. For every assessment year, for every financial year, whatever all they are signed, they should maintain a register. Now, it is technically not required because UDIN itself is giving a register. Are you clear? Next. That is one. Next, another one, limit on prohibition on audit assignments under Companies Act. Prohibition on audit assignments under Companies Act. This is one provision where many has confusion. Very simple. Under Companies Act also there is a ceiling limit, yes or no? What is the ceiling limit under Companies Act? Let us look at Companies Act. Let us look at Companies Act ceiling limit. A CA can do an audit of maximum 20 companies. However, in that, what are not counted? One-person company, dormant company, small company, private limited company, less than paid up capital, less than 100 crore. These are all not counted. Correct? CA Act, Council Guidelines, what they say, a CA in practice cannot do audit of more than 30 companies other than one-person company, other than dormant company. Only one-person company, dormant company is excluded, which means even if you are doing small company audit, even if you are doing private company audits, even though their paid up capital is less than 100 crore, they are counted under CA Act. Now, which one I should comply? Both. You must comply both. For example, I am having 20 one-person company audits. I am having 24 private limited company audits. Private limited company audits whose paid capital is less than 100 crore. I have seven small company audits. I have 2 government company audits. Now, these are the audit composition right now. Can I see compliance with the Companies Act and all? Yes, first I am seeing Companies Act compliance. The Companies Act, what are counted? This 7 small, no, this is also not counted. Under Companies Act, no, this is not counted, this is not counted, this is not counted. Only this gets counted. So, as per Companies Act, it is less than 20, therefore permitted. Now, under CA Act, I will see. One-person company will not be counted. Private limited company, 20 will be counted. Small company will be counted. 2 will be counted. 24 plus 7 plus 2. How many? 33, man. Yes or no? 33. Since you are exceeding 30, it's a violation. Any 3 companies you have to resign. Under Companies Act, no problem. But under Council Guidelines, there is a problem. So you have to comply with both. Correct? Are you clear? Now here also, 30 they said, right? How they can allocate among the partners? Number of partners into 30 is equal to that many audits a firm can accept. Allocation can be of their choice. Same provision for tax audit. Next. Now this is very important council guideline. What the council guideline says is, this guideline is applicable for PSUs, government company, listed entity, other public companies having turnover 50 crore or more. Private company clients, this is not applicable. Ceiling on non-audit fee, the provision is not applicable if I am doing audit of a private limited company. In question they will twist you. Private limited company, they'll give you non-audit fee, big case study they'll give you. Because of the case study, you will lose in the case study your mind. You will not observe the fact that it's a private limited company. Getting it? Many students will not focus on this applicability part. So in case of public sector undertaking, means all government companies, listed entities, other public limited entities having turnover 50 crore or more, then the guideline says you are providing to that company some audit service and non-audit service both. Non-audit service means those which are not prohibited. That's what the meaning. Now, for audit, no, you are taking a fees of 2 crore. For non-audit service, the client is coming and asking you an extra work, non-audit, permitted. But the fees for all non-audit services provided by you put together shall not exceed 2 crore. If at all another non-audit service client is asking, already 2 crore remuneration limit reached, don't accept that. If you want to accept that, resign from audit and then accept it. You're getting the point? So, non-audit service from a client cannot be accepted if the fees received for all the non-audit services plus a proposed non-audit service fees put together, if at all they're exceeding audit fees for statutory audit, don't. Now, non-audit fees, no. Who is billing this non-audit? Either your firm is billing or the company, management consultancy company which firm only established. Partners only directors. Whether the company is charging the bill or the firm is charging the bill or both of them put together charging the bill for other services, that limit should be considered. Understood? Suppose in network guidelines, this provision was extended. Suppose my firm belongs to one network, Deloitte network. Now I am providing audit services to one client where I am charging 5 crore fee. Where I am charging how much fee? 5 crore. And I am also charging non-audit services, other services where I am getting 4 crore. Did I comply with this guideline? Yes. Apart from me, my network firms are there, right? My network firms, within the Deloitte, some 4 or 5 network firms were there. They are also providing non-audit services. They are also providing non-audit services to the same client where I am the auditor. One of the network firm is auditor, remaining network firms are providing other services. Can they provide? Yes, they can provide, no problem. Only prohibited service they can't provide. Only prohibited service under 144 they can't provide. Other services they can provide, no problem, they are providing. That they are charging a fees of more than 4 crore. My audit fees is 5 crore. My audit fees is how much? 5. Network firms, 3 or 4 firms put together charging more than 5 for other services. Forget about my other service, 4 crore. My limit satisfied. They are charging more than 5 crore. 5 crores for all of them. Is it permitted? Yes. Up to 3 times of the fees that you are charging for stat audit. That much value, that much worth of non-audit services can be provided by network firms. No problem. Are you clear? Indirectly, for you 1:1 permitted, for them 3:1 permitted, 4:1 permitted totally. Entire from the network. The total fees for non-audit service shall not exceed 4 rupees of the 1 rupee fee that you are getting for stat audit by one of the network firm. Clear? 4:1, don't remember the 3 for networks, 1 for this firm. Okay, again 4 where is there, you don't ask me. Next. Are you clear? In that network, that is one of the important point in network guidelines. Suppose a CA is treated as guilty if the CA or partner or the firm or relative, they are indebted to the entity where they are doing audit more than 1 lakh, you are guilty, or limit specified under the law. Whatever limit is applicable, that one. It's not whichever is higher, whichever is lower. No. You are getting it? If at all there is no law to the client where I am doing audit, am I indebted? Yes. Is it exceeding 1 lakh? Yes. Disqualified. Sir, I am doing audit of a company, sir. Is there a law for indebtedness? Yes. In the disqualification, how much is the indebtedness limit? 5 lakh. Then 5 lakhs limit applicable. Are you clear? That's it. Networking guidelines. See, very simple. When a group of firms are treated as network, when they are all using common brand name, common trade name, common quality control policies, and sharing significant professional resources. What do you mean by significant professional resources? It may be work methodologies, it may be manpower. Generally, manpower sharing, if it is there, it is generally treated as sharing of significant professional resources. Just suppose, me and another firm, we just joined together to develop one work methodology alone. For that reason alone, we just joined. We are not treated as a network. When multiple firms are treated as network, when they are all having a common quality control policy, having a common brand name, having a common trade name, for outsiders, it appears that either of the firm is same only. In that way, if multiple firms are projecting themselves, then it is called as what? Network. And a firm can only be forming part of one Indian network. Or a firm, can it be a member of international network also? You can. Are you getting it? You can. If at all a firm become a member of one of the domestic network or international network, whatever it is, suppose there is another firm. In that, there is a common partner. The other firm also should go with the same network. Suppose in my firm, there are 3 partners. We joined Deloitte firm network. One of the partners is also working in another firm as a partner. That firm want to join KPMG network. Is it permitted? No. Are you clear? These are the issues, crux. These are the issues which are there in the network firms, which generally you will have a confusion. Clear, all of you? And how to establish a network, all that they have given guidance, that is not required. Now, ethical compliance for network, just now I covered. Ethical compliance. Prohibited services. If at all you are providing audit service to a company, your network firms cannot provide a prohibited service under Companies Act to the same company. And sealing on non-audit fee, just now I told. Rotation of auditors, Companies Act itself says under rotation, The incoming auditor shall not belong to the same network. Yes or no? Now the firms can have framework for internal bylaws. I don't think they will ask like this. I don't think. Now how a network will be formed? By the way, network, no, can network do practice on its own? No, only member firms shall do practice. Network shall, can the network name be KPMG and co? No, they can say KPMG and affiliates. Network is just a entity which is there to monitor member firms. That's it. Network will not do practice on its own. Network will be represented by the word and affiliates. Member firms cannot use the word and affiliates. As a CA, if you want to open a firm, your firm name can be and co, your firm name can be and associates. Any of these two only permitted. Are you clear? That's it. Network guidelines are over. Are you clear, all of you? Understood or not? I spoke all the confusing points. Now in this network, no, you have this discussion like registration of networks, approval of the name of the network, that and all not permitted. Form, network itself can have an entity. Say network is an entity, right? What form? Can they be a partnership firm? Yes. Can they be an LLP? Yes. Can they be a company? Yes. Can they be a mutual entity? Yes. Can they be a society? Yes. Anyway it can be, but whenever they are exhibiting, no, it must exhibit with a name called so and so and affiliates. Are you clear? And co and associate. Practicing network cannot do work directly. Network is only for monitoring member firms. So from each member firm, one senior partner will be the board of director in the network. They will design, they will sit and design quality control policies, all that, which is applicable for all member firms. That's network guidelines. With this, I think all the important points in council guidelines I have covered. Then we have something called self-regulatory measures. Till date they've never asked, but maybe it can be relevant also. Now, in one more point is there. So can we register on aggregator? Can we register on aggregator platform? No. Clause number 6, any means is prohibited. You cannot list your services on aggregator. Gem portal is permitted. Gem portal is not an aggregator. It is only for government buyer. Amazon is an aggregator where so many buyers register, so many sellers register. Flipkart is an aggregator. Urban company is an aggregator where so many buyers register, so many sellers register. Just Dial is an aggregator. Buyers register, sellers register. Are you getting it? Aggregator means a common platform where buyers and sellers register and exchange goods and services for consideration. That's it. CA, can he register on aggregator platform? Prohibited. That's it. Self-regulatory measures are very easy. In this, only one regulatory measure I will discuss. Every CA in practice, shall have at least one qualified member. Shall have at least one qualified member for every 5 non-qualified members. In my office, if at all so many non-qualified staff is there, for every 5 non-qualified, I must have one CA in practice. One CA, one member of the institute. He may be as a partner, he may be as an employee, whatever it is, to maintain quality balance, to ensure that CAs will not do entire work with articles who are cheap labor. Yes or no? Next, who are not considered in non-qualified members. By the way, articles are not counted, type is not counted, peon not counted, any other person not engaged in professional works, they are all not counted. Means paid assistance if I am taking, BCom, MCom, yes or no, or CA finalist, paid assistant I am taking, they are all counted in 5 number. For every 5, it is recommendatory for you to have one qualified member. Otherwise, how will you monitor all of them? Only qualified person can monitor, yes or no? Quality control review can be done only by either partner of the firm, another member of the institute, or suitably qualified external person. Only you are there. Everyone is non-qualified staff. How will you review? How many you will review? First of all, you are getting it. In order to comply with all quality control practices, this recommendation is there. Right now, it is only recommendatory, not mandatory. Clear? That's it. Ethics is over. And one more thing. One important thing. You have important decisions of ethical standard boards. In that, no. Refer latest ICAI material, even for November 24 exams also. Open ICAI material. Inside that, in the last page, recent ethical standards board decision, something like that is there. Can I see a trade in commodity derivatives? Can I see a trade in equity derivatives? Can I see a do equity research? All that. Like that, some questions and some statements and all were there. Please read them for sure. From that also questions are being tested. In MTP, RTP, from that also questions are being tested. Unless you read some of the points, you can't figure out whether it is whether it is guilty or not guilty. Clear? Please read that. That alone you please keep it for self study. Are you confident? That's it. Ethics is over. Almost we spent close to 3.5 hours.